a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Late push from YFP, shot down by FlyQuest. Now this duo with the Rays.
There's a reaction. There's going to be a chain reaction on the attack instead.
What? That's the 30 bomb for Bob. The info on Ruka, but very well spot. The very pushed up two defenders at B, causing YFP to now go in with more confidence, with Bunny Bee just handling it all on her own. Now needs to break in because the reinforcements are already here for FlyQuest to a favorable round, and Ev got blinded, and Kara just spawning a lot of members mid and having a good weapon to try and duke it out against them. YFP and going in blind to try and deal with this and taking damage in the random headshot. Kara is doing the Lord Lord here in Garage. It's a 1v2 for Bob on the high ground. Shots just based on that. Knows that Corrupt is out in the open. Smart for Bob. She wants to go through the door.
It's the best thing you got here at this point. You got 10 HP, you're playing against Bob, and you're hoping that your op is going to hit.
Holds the sight line. Silently walks over, and Bob. Showstopper would have been cool off the rip. The shoulder, and the double showstopper. Knowing that FlyQuest like to flank sometimes, and YFP, it's a 1v1. Honeybee with the Guardian, and a Rolling Thunder. And FlyQuest clean up the arena from YFP, but before Corrupt is able to clutch against both players from FlyQuest. In a 1v3, here's the stopping from Hookah. One down, two more to go. Swings for the ace and for the save. Is the annihilation that he'll grab. Car remains alive and has shot through Hookah, and it was almost the ace to save YFP, but a sweep for FlyQuest awards them a grand final appearance.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Verizon VCT Game Changers NA Kickoff. We got a lot of exciting Valorant action yesterday and even more in store for us today with the grand finals ahead of us. My name is Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for today. Joining me on the analyst desk, I have none other than yesterday's legendary duo. You might have recognized their voices from that little hype video. We got Lemon Kiwi and Vans. Jen, another great day of Game Changers. I can't wait.
Yes. Oh my God. We had bangers in the montage. We had a banger match yesterday, which surprisingly it went in a sweep in favor of FlyQuest. And I thought that was like a mini grand final in itself. So I'm looking forward to seeing how WADA is going to fare.
Yeah, and at least two of those maps actually went into very close affairs on that second and third. So once you saw YFP really starting to wake up here, it looked like it was going to go the distance. But you had key players in FlyQuest like Bob doing the Bob things, and she was just unstoppable there for the whole series.
Bob was on one yesterday. I mean, we've gotten to see and follow Bob competing in challengers for a bit now, and she's been crazy there. And then yesterday was just... it was the Bob show. I was desperately hoping that they were going to go to a 5-map series so we could see all of the great action yesterday between the two teams. But I'm at least excited then that we get to head into today's series. And before we do that, of course, have to talk about what is on the line for these teams. Keyword, this is kickoff. So we're not looking at circuit points. That's going to be a discussion down the line. Instead, this is the opportunity to earn some cold, hard cash. Vans, try out those rosters, see what's clicking to be ready for the rest of the years with a lot of Game Changers action.
Especially when the offseason doesn't give you too many choices or time to really try to get your roster together in order to get ready for the open qualifiers up in March. This is a great opportunity for those that just said, okay, let's try things out to see if this works out. If it doesn't, then at least you still have a good 2-3 weeks to maybe shake things up a bit to really have your solidified roster for the rest of the circuit. But if not for this tournament here, it's still nice that you get to test the waters and also get a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, and this also gives a chance for our maybe higher up teams, like let's say a Shopify Rebellion, to hide their cards earlier on in the season. And this may not be just all the talent that we have. So I'm looking forward to seeing that open qualifier and who else is going to come out of the fray to challenge. But it also gives a chance for newcomers like WADA, or at least some of the newcomers on WADA, to get a chance in that spotlight.
I mean, with so much Game Changers action ahead of us for the year, being able to see what teams are already starting to develop and the players that have been popping off so far in Kickoff has been a treat. Looking over at the bracket and the action that we've seen so far, there is definitely familiar names here, Jen, when you're looking at some of these teams, the org names, and even if you're not necessarily the most familiar with a team name, a team like WADA, for example, you're definitely familiar with the players on that squad.
For sure. And, you know, you've had your Teddy Tactics. There's a lot of familiar names in the Game Changer scene that are on the rise. I think this is a big year for talent to really show up and surprise us, and for veterans to kind of be humbled by the next generation of women and marginalized gender people coming in and really kicking butt. So I've been really excited this tournament. I really thought it was going to be FlyQuest and YFP in the grand final, and WADA beat down not only YFP, but also FlyQuest and going to that decider map. So that says a lot on how this rematch is going to go.
And I also like the format that we had open qualifiers reaching to this point, and you're looking at the top 8, and you have newcomers such as Catnappers has a lot of new Game Changers players that have their first main event. But I'm also, as we talked about earlier on, the opportunity for rosters or new rosters to form together and test the waters. You still have, for example, organizations like YFP or teams like Teddy Tactics, for example, that have had main events showing for the last 3 GCs in NA. And, you know, it sounds like I'm glazing under a bit because he's casting a little bit later, but at the same time, you got to give him props for Teddy Tactics overall. It's 3 showings, and the one currently finishing at 5th and 6th has been their deepest run so far. So every single time that they're making a deep event, they're getting closer and closer now, and potentially could be the next YFP, who unfortunately always consistently loses at the 3rd place in every GC.
For some of these teams, I love to see that progression and the gradual improvement from the scene, because of course, being able to compete at these with especially some stacked veterans and stacked teams in the mix and be able to hold their own is truly impressive. But we got to talk about one of these teams that, well, when you're looking at one of these org names, you're looking at one of these stacked squads, this is it. FlyQuest Red. We got to see them face off in the lower finals yesterday. That was the best of 5, where they managed to clean this up in 3, and this is a bit of a different look than we've seen from FlyQuest Red in the past, but this squad of names, like, this is top tier.
This is a stacked roster on paper, and shout out to FlyQuest for supporting the Game Changer scene for as long as they have, and also kind of like letting their players explore real life opportunities, go to college, and even come back. Like, that's the story of Lace, of how she's kind of filled in for this roster. And then you have Sonder also at that veteran stepping in to guide the roster. You have Bob, who's had a huge year in her career with challengers in Blue Water. Kara, who is part of that championship run with FlyQuest, who wants to elevate their legacy, and Unstable, who continues to grow and is becoming that scary duelist to play against ever since their breakout days on Newt Newt. And this is just an org that I'm going to continue to really cheer on, because they really know how to build a good roster, but it's a roster that needs to stay together long enough to really, I want to see, reach their true potential.
Actually, now I'm going to sound a little bit contradictory too at the same time, because you talk about a team that should stick together and you're going to see good results. I personally would have seen the FlyQuest that we saw from last year, if this continue on into the same roster, that it would have probably be a much stronger roster overall. But whatever happened and you had the roster implode, I still, and then I go back to what you're saying here, Lemon Kiwi, the credit to FlyQuest still able to build a good team into a strong contending team around Sonder, and you're still able to push forward into the grand finals here. So despite that, despite what happened from last year until now, you still have a very strong contending roster.
And this is a roster too that was put together decently last minute. Liz was able to get words from Sonder yesterday talking about the formulation of this roster and how things came together, and that for this event is kind of just more pugging it out, and it's working for the team. I mean, hey, I love it. If you're out there, you're having fun. I think the words that were used was Bob and friends coming out from Gara there, but hey, it's working for the team, and considering the team was so new, I think every single match we're seeing more from them. It's just super, super exciting. But we gotta talk about the Bob and friends, because Bob has been a staple in this Game Changer scene since the beginning. You're talking about the old Cloud9 White days. We've seen Bob in Challengers. Bob is someone that has always been able to be putting up insane numbers, crazy numbers, and Jen, what she's been able to do so far in Kickoff is just crazy. Even hitting the 40 bomb yesterday.
Oh my god, Bob was bobbing all over. It was insane. And she has like a strong title to her, right, as the first Game Changers player to make it to a Challengers team, and is still continuing to succeed, like I said about Blue Otter. But she also brings so many different roles, whether it's the duelist, the initiator, the Tejo, and she knows kind of how to fill in the gaps with the team. But her playstyle is what's really needed on a GC team, someone that really radiates that confidence, because that could be something that misses in a Game Changers team. So I love what Bob brings to the table.
I could definitely see the what you were talking about here, Sierra, when you had the conversation with Sonder, and that it's a little bit puggy at this point, because Bob is also competing in Challengers at the same time. So having a practice or trying to build a practice around FlyQuest for this event is a little bit difficult. So you're going to have to think about your fundamentals and have a player like Bob do whatever she needs to do. Like right here, by herself, getting an op kill and showstopper to get 2. I mean, that's already, you're starting the round on a 5 versus 2 pretty much, or a 4 versus 2 after Bob dies. So that means that you have at least players behind it. If the funnies are there to be able to trade, then you should be able to close out these rounds. So playing out in that sense, but still having good chemistry and teamwork is the name of the game here for FlyQuest.
Especially when you have a roster of people who have been competing in the scene for a while that have all been able to hold their own. They can lean into that pug play style because, I mean, we've seen them here before. They're just doing their thing. But now to talk on the other end, because FlyQuest, yeah, their run has been great. But WADA was the team that made the upper bracket run to be claiming a spot into the grand finals. And this has been a team that has been so fun, so chaotic in that, just in the server. And this is a team with that chemistry as well, Jen. So WADA, I mean, they're going to be formidable opponents for Kaleidoscope against.
Yeah, it's such an incredible story behind this team to make the finals against huge franchises like YFP and FlyQuest, to do it without losing a series. This was a team that was created around the YFP lockdown arena where Power Pixel was that founding member, and you know, even other known GC members like Bunny Bee and Sleepy Aria and stuff. So they finally landed on this roster in a lot of different amounts of experiences, but Power Pixel and Starbound being the biggest veterans to help guide these newer players who have competed with them with each other in smaller community tournaments. So there's a bit of chemistry in some of these duos.
Well, smaller chemistry in smaller tournaments, but also even at the GCC when they competed together for EGGC rather in Brazil. Unfortunately, they didn't have the best run over with EG, but still having that stage experience, the international experience for those two players, and being reunited in this moment is actually quite nice for sure. And you can already see it from, you know, the past games, the rematch that you currently have between Starbound, Power Pixel of this team of WADA versus FlyQuest, where WADA took over FlyQuest on a 2-1 fashion. It was really around Starbound's op, playing a lot of chamber, Power Pixel with their utility, and just overall the chemistry around this whole roster is actually quite good for WADA. Although you have 3 other players that maybe aren't talked about as much in the GC scene because they're still fairly new, with the exception of maybe Australis, if you've watched previous GC in the past where she IGL with Sat Frost. But overall, this is still a really stacked roster, and this should be a very good series.
Yeah, Starbound, Power Pixel, these are going to be the very heavy hitters. What's so funny about Starbound is that she's only played Chamber in Kickoff, and she's really going to be impactful about conditioning the enemy team on where her route is, where she's going to pop up, whether it's the op or whether it's not. Like, Starbound is a huge part of those the first kill column, and if it's not Starbound, it's Power Pixel who are the top fraggers, and Power Pixel brings that initiation, the initiator role, I should say, and how they can get the ball rolling. So watch out for these two players and how they're going to guide this team to success.
I love that for Starbound, we've only seen this chamber coming out because it's played to such a high level too. So I'm in down for it. Even if sometimes the team comps get a little wacky, a little silly, this is a team that has just really been able to perform. And I love when we're going to be able to see players on picks that are comfortable to them and still be able to perform at such a high level. And this grand finals, this isn't going to be the first time that we've seen these two teams face off against each other, because it was actually WADA that sent FlyQuest Red down into that lower bracket up in that upper semis match. And that was a match too that it went to a 3-game series. It was one that I didn't even know how it was going to end up at some points. Right from the get-go, Jen, with that very, very first bind, it was just great stuff.
Yeah, FlyQuest had such a strong start where they had like a 9-3 half on Haven. They looked like they were just holding angles, getting picks, getting first kills almost every round. And it was WADA that kind of needed to build momentum and to really figure out how they could activate someone like Sleepy Aria on the Neon, which had the moves, was breaking ankles. And then once they went to Fracture and Bind, WADA, I think, found a lot of confidence and took control of the whole series.
That's it. If you're looking at the series overall from what we saw from the Splash, it wasn't really the right one. It would start off on Haven where WADA starting off on the attack, and it didn't have a chance to really get any or string any rounds for victories on the attack side. But really, just as Lemon Q was mentioned, as soon as we got to Fracture, as players started waking up a bit, the op from Starbound was super good. But I think overall, going into this third map here, it was a lot about Juna for sure. She went 5-0 against Bob. And overall, WADA was really good on post plants and retakes and really strong on the attack side as well. So utilizing Juna as maybe like the third point of entry after she drops down those smokes, it's been a key factor right now to how WADA was able to overtake FlyQuest in that series. So if you're going into this rematch now where potentially we could see Bind again, then you have to think about how you could shut down players outside of the two that we mentioned before, how it could actually stop Juna and get the most value out of Bob on that map.
And I feel like Juna is such a sleeper pick because they actually competed with Bob, with Fluorescent, with Power Pixel in a ton of Sakura Cup tournaments and were winning them left and right. And Juna was an initiator player with Bob, so there's kind of like a grudge match of going up against your former teammates, but there's a ton of former teammates in the GCC, so it's kind of hard. But exactly. Juna's just been that ultimate flex from Sentinel to Duelist to now a lot of Controller, and has never qualified for a Game Changers, only has done these Academy and Sakura tournaments. So Juna just being kind of this rookie going up against their former teammate and just being on a stacked roster like this, I'm really excited for Juna's story to develop.
I love the call out for Juna being able to be 5-0 up against Bob in that final map, but also a team that when we saw these two teams face off, Bob dropped 33 kills on that map of Fracture, and FlyQuest Red still lost. So this is a team that, even if Bob is popping off, they still have the potential to be clutching these rounds, being able to work around her, and that it isn't like this terrifying final boss Bob. Bob is still terrifying, don't get me wrong, but WADA more than capable of handling the task. So I cannot wait for the series. Reminder, this is a best of 5 as we head into our map picks and bans, with WADA getting both of the ban picks coming, of course, from that upper side of things. Really hoping we get a full 5 map series, though. My hands are together. I am hoping, and we're kicking it off on Bind, WADA's Pick Your Gen.
Yeah, and this was the final map from the first time that they had met, where WADA won 13-7 against FlyQuest. And once WADA kind of got things rolling, and once they were really warmed up, this was the series end, and they were able to turn things around starting around Bind. So this is, I think, a very strong start for WADA, and we were kind of laughing, Sierra, that they had banned Haven, one of their most played maps, just because that didn't really work out for them against FlyQuest.
Yeah, exactly. Now to be able to kick things off on their strongest map as well for WADA, being 5-0 going into this GC. But also, if you're looking at the way that WADA has been playing, they've been playing a lot of this just double Sentinel between the Chamber and the Deadlock, and then trying to combine the Deadlock with a lot of the Tejo/Raze utility around that area. So you're still having a good pack mentality around what WADA has in terms of how they want to execute around the map, even if you're looking at all of these maps where both of these teams are not playing the most quote-unquote standard compositions ever. So they're just building their own meta and their own mold going into this game.
What I'm really excited for with this series, when I was looking back over the maps and what these two teams have been able to accomplish with them in terms of the qualifiers, in terms of just this kickoff in general, they're both looking good on these maps. Whether it's they're going up against a team where they were a little bit outmatched in that sort of way, so they're just, you know, kicking butt. It's just, regardless across the board, I think this is going to be a pretty close series altogether, Vans. And I'm curious with how WADA is going to step it up now that they've seen more from FlyQuest, but FlyQuest, how they're going to adapt going up against the ones who had knocked them down to lowers in the first place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as much as we say that WADA is really good on this map, it's also a very good map for FlyQuest, as we've seen yesterday on how Bob has been playing it overall. So we'll have to think about how unstable, if they're still going to keep a Yoru in this composition for FlyQuest, if that could be that toe-to-toe matchup to face off and create that chaos against Starbound's aggressive positions that Starbound would potentially like to take in their role as a chamber. But it is going to be a game plan they're going to have to try to formulate here.
And what's going to be their controller of choice? Because I've seen Kara lock in the Clove on Bind. I've seen them lock the Brimstone. So just they've kind of floated, FlyQuest have floated around a lot of different compositions. And that's why we kind of brought it up, that we want to see FlyQuest really master one thing, stick to one composition and iterate on it. So the controller of choice being Brimstone, I like that out of Kara, and Unstable, not on the Yoru that we were excited to see, but the Gecko, which is probably going to be good information. I thought a lot of times FlyQuest operated a lot around picks that weren't around any info, so any extra info off the Gecko would be great.
I love how you're like, I want to see FlyQuest lock in something they've seen before, and they're just like, absolutely not. We're bringing out different things. But I actually really like this idea, Bob. When you're been frying with this Raze, being able to have other supporting things lace on this guy, I really like that. And on the opposing end, Vans, this Tejo that's so dangerous in Power Pixel's hands.
Yeah, for sure. This, again, it goes back to what they're comfortable with, right? Trying to mix the compatibility between the Deadlock and the Tejo with the Raze around working the attack side. But nonetheless, I want to go back to what FlyQuest was picking out here. You were both mentioning it, are not going into their regular picks, but this is still really good and standard that you currently see here on Bind. So Lace switching away from a fade, playing some Sky, be able to flash out for information in the very beginning, but just unstable, being able to be the one that's going to plant the spike here for the team so they don't have to fully engage into this whole combination of what WADA could actually pull out here on their defense. That's actually one key factor here to avoid all of that and to avoid that chaos and fight in those post plants.
All right, well, it's time to get the grand final started here for the Verizon VCT Kickoff. We'll have to see if map choice of Bind, if it's going to go WADA's way or FlyQuest can take it down. Time to head over to our casters, Ender and Doug. Take it away, guys.
Doug.
Thank you so much, Sierra. There are so many things we can talk about. I think first off, we talk about how Vincili just so stylishly pulls off a scarf. I can't do that. Christy, I know you can.
It's impressive, honestly. I don't even bother. I just wear the hat to, I don't know.
Well, we also got we got to talk about the comps, man. You were telling me a little bit about the controller approach on the side of FlyQuest. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little funny because Kara had been playing the Brimstone. Then yesterday we saw Kara switch over and lock in the Clove. Now Kara's back on the Brimstone, but also the Yoru's out of here too. So really, FlyQuest, I think, have just been trying to play a lot of different looks in this tournament. It's a little bit more puggy of a style of approach, but when you're going onto a map that you've already lost against WADA, I think that there's definitely some benefit to trying to make some larger changes going into this one.
I mean, we're about to see whether or not those changes work out. WADA, as we mentioned, on the attacking side, the Chamber, the Tejo, the Deadlock, and a little bit of presence towards A here. It seems like they're going to want to fight for this Shower Sword.
Yeah, just going to be pulling out that early wall from Sonder. Shouldn't be too hard for Sleepy to knock that one down, but realistically right now, WADA are still trying to challenge for some space over in Hookah, figure out if they can play it around and dodge away from this crunch. I mean, Unstable just flying through the teepee puts Ari in a miserable position. Ari is going to be going down, and WADA are going to have to get out of here.
Well, I think they have already. The spike is lagging a little bit behind, but they already have a ton of space B. They have the Deadlock wall up in spawn, so they did what feels to me, Christy, like a really good job of handling the aggression off the crunch, then taking the space. They're in a really good post plan here.
The awkward thing is, though, with WADA putting down this wall towards CT and FlyQuest having two players come in on the flank, is it's hard for WADA to flip that map and fight back towards spawn. Now they've got info, though, and can fight back in.
FlyQuest trying to work their way through a split approach. As a couple coming through, Sonder will be the first to fall. As Starbound, 2 clean kills back from spawn, forced to play behind the wall that we mentioned, leaving Bob in a miserable 1v4 with Ghost in hand. June is taking a little bit of damage. You've got 3 members on the side of WADA that have light armor too. I don't know how Bob does this. I mean, Bob has been good, but 1v4 good, not going to be the case. WADA gets the pistol.
I was going to say 1v4. I don't know if I hate those odds for Bob. Bob has kind of just been the best player in the universe so far this tournament. I mean, averaging 32 kills a game is just simply ridiculous. But like you were talking about, I think after this fight happened and WADA turned, fought into spawn, Starbound here, they're just always going to be good for theirs.
Yeah.
And really simplified the round.
It's a perfect start for them. Again, for WADA, they've had a spotless record in this tournament coming in from the winner's bracket. I think there were 3 names coming into this tournament that we expected to be the ones competing for the top. These 2 being one of them, and wait a second, FlyQuest, what a response.
Yeah, that was really nice. Spike kind of out in the open too. The Sky Dog, with Flay switching over to the Agent, is going to try and clear out that space, put down a deep Brimstone smoke, and WADA, they can't really stop pulling away from the fight here. They've got to keep going for it or risk those rifles falling over to the hands of FlyQuest.
Forced into an uncomfortable position. They try to swing back out. Bob holding the line with the Bulldog, but Astralis better with the Spectre. And now Spike recovered, and the map is theirs.
awkward round, though. FlyQuest have already rotated 2 players in. Now, granted, Lace and Sonder, they've got classics. So they're going to be holding hands with each other and trying to get some info back onto the map. But as WADA gather themselves to move over into B, there's a really awkward decision that FlyQuest have to make. Do you go back and try to pick up some of those guns? Do you try and get that timing flank over on a anticipated B finish? And it looks like they want the rifles.
There's still plenty of time to play this out. And so, yeah, with those scooped up, a little bit more of equal footing. Again, touching on what WADA has in this fight. An Outlaw for Starbound and a Bulldog for Strawless. The question is, how do they approach this? Lace doesn't have any util. Sonder, I mean, a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think Starbound's in a really good spot with 50 armor here, and they're just going to play from long, right? The first thing WADA realized in this post plant is there's no smokes alive left for FlyQuest, so playing off-site, very valuable. If there's no flank coming in too, there's going to be some concern from FlyQuest that, hey, there could be someone posted up in hookah, so it's not going to be easy to clear all these angles, especially without any flashes left to Lace.
Oh, very well said. And that's the problem that they're going to have to solve, and they're going to have to do it quickly. The spike has been ticking for a little bit here, so pace is going to be the name of the game. Starbound with the tether. Outlaw, first shot, not connecting. Second shot does. Astralis cleans it up. The second round, messy, but the way of WADA.
They think themselves are equals.
Yeah, FlyQuest really had a chance there to steal back that round, and I think already we're seeing a little bit of the difference with their composition coming in. Previously, Lace has been playing the Fade. The only flashes FlyQuest have been playing with on this map have been with the Yoru. So this round, they go for that teleport crunch play. They can combo Sky Flash plus the Gecko Flash and really fight forward into the faces of WADA. That was just an eco round, but already they're making it look competitive.
Yeah, you take a look at the buy for WADA coming into this. What would normally be a bonus where you're sitting on 3, 4 rifles, you know, something of the sort. You've got a Sheriff, a Bucky, a Stinger. That's just tough.
Yeah, it's not too bad for FlyQuest with full armor, knowing there's a Bulldog on the other side.
Right.
Check that out, though. Sonder fighting up. Oh, my God. With the crunch coming into the teleport as well. FlyQuest just wreak havoc on WADA.
Astralis doing their best, though, to counterpunch, right? And to try to equalize things. But once again, a miserable 1vx situation. Astralis is down to 60 HP, too.
There's an ultimate to play with.
Surely not. Maybe if you get a kill here, that was snappy, but just too much to deal with. Way too much to handle. Ender, I'd love your thoughts on what was it that was so successful for FlyQuest there?
I think, again, FlyQuest have utilized the teleport great 2 rounds in a row, right? FlyQuest showed a little bit of a fight towards B long, and then Sonder just jumps up into hookah, pulls the attention of WADA over into her, while 2 of her teammates are coming through the teleport with a Gecko Flash. So clearly WADA are being a little bit caught off guard by this early snapping of the teleports, and FlyQuest are going to keep trying to lean into that.
We've seen it all 3 rounds now, right? I mean, the first 2 were the showers crunch, and then what we just saw, they've been very proactive on the defensive side, and I think it's going to have to continue.
I 100% agree. Especially because the last times FlyQuest have played this, it's been a lot more about letting Bob on the Raze or Unstable on the Yoru take sort of opening duels. This time it's Starbound with the op, and really good jiggling from Lace is going to figure out what did I pick that up.
Whoa, clean out from Sonder.
I love that little bait and switch setup. Lace just trying to take all the attention, and then Saunders on that angle. Really nice double hold on B, and it's going to force WADA to move over into the 3 stack of FlyQuest A.
Note here, Unstable currently going to be the first one to take some of that contact and is 1 point away from having their ult.
Just happened on short.
Oh, this could be trouble. I don't know. Bob will fall. Unstable's position. Concealed. There it is. But overwhelmed. Forced down. And we'll get 2 for their troubles. But
look at the spike, Doug.
Yeah, this is tough for Juna.
A Molly to play with. No smokes. Now FlyQuest are going to double up. Sure, Saunders low. Sure that Spike is close to the teleporter. But Juna's going to have to take this timing really quick here. And with only 20 seconds, I think she might just have to commit into A here if she doesn't pick up the pace.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to go now. Well, we're going to try it. Lace up the Nike, see how fast you can go. 10 seconds left.
Stun,
through
not
the
the
TP,
stun.
and the stun will be
it.
the difference maker. There's no way now. Right? Surely.
I mean, she has the plant.
Well, committed. A molly in the hands of Juna. Oh, it's gotten down to a 1v1. Saunders slowly creeping out onto the site. Oh my goodness, what a play from Juna.
That was disgusting, Doug. The 3 came from Juna. Plants with a second left on the clock. I really thought the stun was going to buy enough time for FlyQuest to just get out on back site.
Me too.
But while they tried to rush on out there, Juna just expertly takes that timing to get the fight. I mean, again, those 2 players left in the clutch started off the round perfectly. Unstable did their job here too. Gave a beautiful position for FlyQuest to play the post, but Juna with those little jiggles, just chef's kiss.
The jiggles and then the snap too was most impressive. Now WADA in a really good position where they have Juna's ult. Astralis still has their ult. And they've got a really good money situation going on here.
So FlyQuest, Bob with the hero Vandal. That'll be their only real chance to win the round. But look, if Bob can get a couple of kills, there's a showstopper. There's opportunities.
This feels like a really good time to ask this question, Ender. Does FlyQuest, you know, Sonder was joking about it on the interview yesterday. Is FlyQuest the Bob and friends? Does FlyQuest need Bob to average their 30, 40, 50 kills, however many they average, in order to win the game?
32.
32, 50, you know.
Yeah, it's close enough. Honestly, no. I think FlyQuest have the talent. I think up against WADA, though, you need Bob to be playing on peak form. And we saw in their previous matchup, Bob had 2 great games. I mean, Bob was, I think, 72 and 30 something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
and they still lost
silly.
the series.
Oh, that nade's off the mark.
35 seconds, actually. Doug, it might not be so simple, especially if FlyQuest hold on to Shower's control.
Left.
They need to win this fight out. There's so much on Arya's hands here. You found one now, double face. And it's not getting any easier for Arya. Having to take a step back, yeah. So the thing is, off of that, they got a lot of space up short. FlyQuest has been able to hold them back for now. Astralis is cooked. You're right. This was not easy, and it never really converted unless Starbound could just frag their way through. 10 seconds left. Spike again scooped up. Kara has ult. Do you use it here? No. The Molly will hold it back. The round is secured.
Oh no. WADA just eat up too much of the clock on that one. And by only sending 1 player into Showers, even though FlyQuest ended up, I think, trading 1 for 1 over there, it just made it impossible to plant the spike. WADA didn't have the time to play with. Bob didn't even find a kill, but the attraction that Bob was able to sort of pull by swinging through the smoke just let all the sheriffs of her teammates get the job done.
Everything you could possibly ask for there. And now the money situation has flipped entirely. Now all of a sudden we're talking about the ult stack heavy on the side of FlyQuest. You've got a ton of rifles. You've got full armor. And now it's WADA who has to convert something off of a weapon, an ult here in this cans of Starbound.
Yeah, Starbound will be the hero, much like Bob was supposed to be last round.
Right.
But look at what Bob has actually done up short. FlyQuest sort of escorted her forward, then sent out Wingman. Now Bob's fully cleared out A lobby, so it's very easy for FlyQuest to rotate 2 players over from A onto the B site and fully stack this against the eventual hit.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. You're right.
Because if they ever go back into A, look where Bob is. Bob's getting 5 kills, and no one even knows where she is.
And we have to mention it again. Bob is 1 off ult. Just kind of keep that in mind, depending on how the rest of this round plays out. This situation is not getting any easier for WADA to get out onto B as well.
Oh yeah, Sonder jumped up into hookah. Sonder has gone for that a couple of times now. That's something we'll keep watching, but that position is going to be deadly when stalling out these 5 players coming into long.
Just waiting for the right button to go. Juna still has all of her smokes. Harpixel is 1 off the ult too. Never mind, it's cooked. There is no entrance onto the site whatsoever. Kara and Lay side by side holding the line. A massive response from FlyQuest.
And we're all tied up. FlyQuest win 1 eco round, snowball that into another. Keep things competitive, but this is going to be the round that I think really determines things, right? Look, we've got 3 ults, almost 4 for FlyQuest. 1 ult, almost 2 for WADA. WADA buying down to nothing and making sure they have an operator in Starbound's hands. So really, this is the round that sort of decides the pace, decides how the rest of this half is going to go.
Heavy investment that way. And it does seem like it's going to be a lean A. Most of the stack B from the defense. Big from Unstable to deny that info early.
escape.
I'm worried about a showers crunch from FlyQuest already. The forward position of unstable, Lace next to the teleport, flash ready to go, but WADA in front of it. The Brimstone ultimate baited out, Astralis finds the opener, and now they're in a 5v4.
Still a couple volts to play around for FlyQuest. But the stack is headed back A. They're guessing correctly.
FlyQuest still have showers. So WADA might be forced to go for a later teleport into B. There's a wall there, there's Deadlock Suns, and Lace has been on it so far.
That nade will not feel good. They hold, invested, trying to wreak havoc onto the side, and so far succeeding. Deadlock's going to drop one of their own. As you've got PowerPixel, who's been freed from the tether.
Look at Bob. Look at this boost.
Such a good spot. But they're obfuscated by the smoke.
Ay, ay, ay.
Connecting, but Astralis is on the trade. Betrayed by the tracers. And now the spike planted, and a mess for FlyQuest.
You never see a choke like that out of Bob.
No.
Missing the spray, falling off the ledge. Now everything's on Kara, the only forward position for FlyQuest in the 2v5.
Ender, you mentioned that this round was really going to set the pace for how the rest of the half would go. I did not expect to be like this, where once again FlyQuest had been kind of pushed around.
And really, FlyQuest, even though they lost that first player, I think they had the position to be able to shut it down. Because realistically, okay, if FlyQuest win this round, WADA, they're broken for another round of Econ. They use one of their big ultimates, right? Like FlyQuest are going to be able to put those rounds together and keep it carrying through. Very close to the end of the half. Now WADA, saving 5 rifles, perfectly boosts their Econ. FlyQuest are going to call a timeout. And WADA are looking at another 2, maybe 3 rounds where they're going to be buying and having big ults come online.
Really well set up for how the rest of this half can go. I was reading the minimap and I was leaning the way you were thinking too around, okay, there looks like there will be a showers crunch here. They're posted up for it. You mentioned unstable in the really aggressive position in showers, but it was like this start and stop that they just kind of sputtered through the initial part and then they got overwhelmed on site.
Yeah, it's a hard timeout as well, I think, for FlyQuest, because I don't think strategically things went very wrong for them. They had like the crunch they wanted to do. I guess the Brimstone ult didn't quite connect, and I'm not sure what the micro detail was there that went wrong, but I really do think that was just a succession of micro problems that caused the round to completely run away from them.
And you're right. Ender, as a coach, what do you say in a situation like that? Because you're right, it did not feel like the macro was the issue.
Sometimes it's just about like screwing the head of your IGL on right and making sure like, hey, no, like the setup was right. Because sometimes like if the IGL isn't part of a play, they might think they really messed things up when in reality it was like, no, we actually should have just hit that shot, whatever. But also it could just be resetting the sort of macro of the game, because FlyQuest, they've been playing so actively on A. Now it's 4 players towards the B side. They've completely switched their setup.
All missiles away.
Well, after the brief chat with their coach, we'll see what adjustments take place. You mentioned of heavier lean towards B.
I see it. So they faked, they put that Brimstone smoke down long B to try and pretend like they're really fighting up on B and that's their strong side. But now they've shifted back into having 3 players over towards A, and the first contact on B would be the Rays to really try and sell again that it is a fake B stack.
Note here the info that they got as well. Lace dog through showers, and it was pinged on the minimap. WADA saw it. They've been playing so far back at the beginning of this round that they do at least have an understanding of what's A as well. I just think you're right. They're not expecting the Brim.
Yeah, and WADA, they know something is weird about this round.
Right.
They don't exactly know what it is. So again, being like, oh, there was no re-clear and not getting a ping off that drone. I think they think it's going to be like a deep A stack. I imagine from WADA. That's what they're trying to walk out of. And now with these Seekers coming in, 40 seconds left, hold on. FlyQuest can just stack the B site. This is too easy.
They're going to have to rotate quickly, though, because there are only 2 members there currently, and the sensors will help. But again, it's got to be hot to trot. Saunders already fallen, but Lace is filled in on the space. Bob getting high ground with the rocket, not connecting. Traded back by Arias once again. Nothing for nothing. PowerPixel is falling as Arias swings back sight, takes care of one, tries to go for a second, finds it. And it feels like it's just a slaughter at the hands of Arya.
Bit of a mess of a round there, but Arya's finding all the kills they need. Nicely done. Now stepping back into long. Kara's out of smoke, so it's a good post-plant position for WADA. Molly to work with too.
you somehow have to try to convert this 2v3, and it just went from hard to harder. Arya, again, lighting it up. 3 kills on the round for them, as WADA are flirting with their 5th. And Ender, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, too, because it really feels like these rounds are really close until one thing happens. And when the chaos happens and one thing goes the wrong way, it's never going the way of FlyQuest.
I'd say the wrong thing at the start was it's another round where WADA found that opening pick, right? So in that round, I think it's Sonder taking that forward line over towards B long. She ends up getting sniped off. So it's Bob in a solo hold. And the second thing that went wrong is Bob pops the showstopper, and there's a flash that hit her. And I think it might have been Lace's flash too. See, Sonder dies up there. And then, okay, we don't actually see the showstopper play, but I think Lace accidentally team flashed Bob, and it meant that the hold just really didn't happen. It allowed Ari to sneak up all the way onto site.
And as you were mentioning, that was after already losing Sonder on site, before they had even fully taken hookah.
Yeah. Remember,
Tough spot to be in.
WADA are playing a no-flash comp, so it should be much harder to breach into these sites. It's only through finding opening picks and manipulating the map of a round that they should be able to sort of bust their way in.
Or team flashes.
Or a team flash, yeah. You can ask for those sometimes. All chat. Hey, Lace, can you send your hockey?
First smoke used towards A. The drone's getting a little info. Meanwhile, this feels a little bit different from Starbound. Alone towards B. Expecting some of that early aggression on the rotate, on the flank, once they feel the hit A.
High-low setup in backside right now with Bob's operator. Sort of standing right behind Kara for a moment. I like this though. Once again, FlyQuest, they throw down that mid-round deadlock wall in hookah. Skyflash out long, sees nothing, so this A-stack is perfectly ready for the hit.
They've had the numbers advantage before. Oh!
Someone break that, please! Oh my god, it just keeps happening!
Again, Arya, it was the Roomba and then it was the nade, but it's a tragedy of errors on the side.
And they caught Kara with the ultimate!
This might be the difference maker, though. The op in the hands of Bob. Yes, Kara is down. Now they have no smokes, but they still have a fighting shot at this. And they convert. Arya turning off the flash. Again, magnetic from the duelist. Bob trading back, though. Numbers the way of the attack. And time is not on their side. Do you save the op here? Do you try to fight for this round? I mean, you're getting late in the half. Starbound connecting onto Bob. Now Lace has a very difficult question to answer. Decides to swing into 3 and falls for it. WADA get up to 6.
That's just crazy. Again, 3 rounds in a row, WADA find the opener, and this time it just being off of the silliest utility chaining into the corner there. I mean, look at that. Unstable has absolutely nowhere to go. Maybe, you know, last time they played Bind on the Yori, you can TP out of there, but there's no way out from that spot on the Gecko.
The game has changed, some might say.
A lot of people have been saying that. They've been saying it for a long time, as a matter of fact. It's still Valorant.
10th round of the half. Lace playing with fire. Oh,
she loves that though. Remember against the op on round 3? Hasn't been punished yet.
Oh, but that's still scary. That's still so scary.
You still hold your breath for a moment.
Oh, again, really aggressive.
That's the spike.
It's not off a crunch, but now it's Unstable who's getting the opener after getting bullied the last couple of times.
I think there's a little fake wall put Unstable in front of that one to find the pick. Spike was recovered, and Astralis really was hoping to come up with something there on the hookah fight.
Spike recovered and space gained.
Once again, FlyQuest have the players in the right position. Well, this time WADA are slowly walking it back over into A. Might be the first time we've ever seen WADA hit the weak side of the map.
Yeah. And they still have a 3-round lead.
Madness.
They don't really, I mean, what go buttons do they have here? Arya has 2 satchels. No ult yet.
It's satchels and the smokes, really. It's just about good spacing on this hit, making sure you can trade each other out. Not going to happen after a shot like that.
Oh, no trade that time. Mosh dealing some damage, getting a 3rd on the round for Unstable. Kara joining in on it. Juna's gonna have to 1v3, and they cannot.
Yes, the answer to what go buttons they have is not many, truthfully.
Not the right ones anyway.
No, in reality, with WADA's comp, you do have like the Tejo blast, maybe a breach molly, like paint shells, things to like force people away from angles, so you can sort of isolate the fights you're taking when you go into sight. But it is a much harder comp to sort of execute with, especially when you're down a number, because you kind of need some cannon fodder when you're jumping 4 players in through one choke point without any flashes.
Right. And that was definitely what was lacking. I mean, none of that there.
I mean, they had plenty of cannon fodder.
Arya with ult. Arya had ult. Never mind. We'll use it in the next round, you presume.
I don't know about
Trade
that.
back though. Yeah.
Sandra was still getting active with. I mean, Kara's holding things down over on A site. You're not going to want to mess with her anymore.
WADA have been forced into this very uncomfortable position where they have no space anywhere on the site, and they're down or on the map, excuse me, and they're down numbers too.
That smoke is so annoying for Starbound too. All they wanted to do was take a aim fight over towards A, pick off a player, pull a rotate. And now, WADA without any real chance of clearing Lisa's operator in Hookah. At least she's not going to have much of a fight out of Hookah onto them, you don't imagine?
You wouldn't think. But surely you have to understand too that you may have lost the sight here, right? You've got to know that Octagon is weak.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to smoke off Hookah for now. Luckily for Lace, I mean, that barrel is long. If WADA had just cleared a little bit, a few more steps, Lace would be dead.
Pretty average size, if you ask me.
Yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. WADA, they're all playing for their ones in this post plant. Starbound has a TP set up, the op ready to go. They're right underneath each other, the ops! They're right on top!
Starbound. Oh, that's going to give it away. The TP at just the right time. Spotting both. And now they understand where a lot of the threat is. They're going to try to take the fight into their corner. And they do. It's all onto Astralis now. Trying to spam it in smoke, connecting with 4 bullets left and 3 targets to find. That math does not add up.
Okay. The absolute closest.
We all held our breaths right there.
I mean, look, it's a great call. Get that ult orb over to Bob. She's got it ready for the final round, but I don't know if I would be doing it, cutting it that close on a finals. I don't know.
Yeah, you play to win instead of play to not lose.
I suppose. Maybe that's the difference here going to the last round, because I mean, FlyQuest might have 4 ults ready to go here to tie things up.
Oh, what a mess that would be. Power Pixels one off of their ult. Oh, Bob. Again. Danger.
Quick reposition into showers. Bob might try to get back in front of that Tejo util, but again, just clips through the wall. Ultimate comes on through, and it doesn't connect.
Very reminiscent to the play we saw behind yesterday, but now Arya with the trade back, and Bob wins out the fight. Rockets be damned. Bob gets another with the op. They still have Kara's ult too, but Bob might win it all on their own. Make that 4 for the duelist. We're tied at 6.
Wow. Okay, Bob waking up here towards the end of the half. 11 kills on the board up there with Unstable. But really, I kind of want to shout out Kara. I think for FlyQuest, the big difference in those last 3 rounds they strung together is they were finally winning those opening fights. In that last round, Bob eventually got the kill, but Kara had just kept A short on lockdown and really brought FlyQuest back into this game.
It was exactly what they needed. I mean, putting together those last 3 rounds, it's a night and day difference.
This is where things get interesting, though. FlyQuest, they're playing a brand new comp coming into this map that they lost previously against WADA. And a very different play style, too. I'll tell you, from prepping against FlyQuest, Lace was kind of the goat at lurking into showers and playing this A side. But it's a lot harder to play self-sufficient lurking on the Sky compared to the Fade.
A lot of pressure for Tuka. And that 2 for 1 there really opens things up for FlyQuest. I think the other benefit is they aren't fully committed out to this on to B. They fully split their investment and they walked away on top everywhere.
Yeah, and that was kind of my read on FlyQuest, is they don't like to overcommit in rounds unless it's to long B. Outside of that, they'll sort of play their different lanes. Now they're working up into A, but always keeping that option to TP alive.
Starbound was a menace with the headhunter on the first pistol of the map. And there's the need for Starbound to deliver once more. 3 bullets with it. They just have so much space they have to clear. Kara with light armor. Still healthy. Into this double, triple phase. Traded 1 for 1 and... And again, it feels like time is a big factor here.
Yeah, it is. Starbound trying to find that fight out from triple, but a 1 for 1 isn't good enough. With it all coming down to Power Pixel, with players split around back triple, down on short. I mean, there's just not enough time in the world to get these kills, let alone defuse the spike.
Well, we say that, but it's gotten down to 1. You stick it to half and then try to take the fight. You're going to get the kill, but Power Pixel's not going to have enough time to get the defuse, and so the pistol goes away FlyQuest, and it was a scrappy one.
They got really active, sort of fighting back over into U-Haul. And honestly, it's one thing that I didn't really anticipate with FlyQuest comp or mention, but by going for the Gecko and having Wingman to be able to plant the spike, it does allow them to play way more actively into backside A, even having the double flash combo to keep fighting forward. I think we're going to see a much more active FlyQuest than we've seen in previous maps on this bind.
Which is a breath of fresh air. And I think it's exactly what they need up against WADA today.
Yeah. My experience playing against FlyQuest is Bob would sort of fight you backside all the time, but the rest of the team would play reserved, you know, make sure you're securing the round. I think that might change a little bit in this half.
They've let loose a little bit here. Harpixel, the only one with investment, and now and Marshall sits harmlessly on the ground. And they're going to try to speed up through this and try to get out on A. And they're going to succeed. You're just going to mow over the lighter weaponry that WADA has been able to bring into this round.
The hunting comes in too, right? Unstable wants you able to grab an orb. Kara's going to sneak it away, but again, Bob. This is what I'm talking about. Bob is always fighting you backside. She is unstoppable, and that's already 5 ult orbs grabbed for her.
I mean, at this rate, you're looking at an ult in what, 2 rounds?
At least getting within touching distance of it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Astralis is just trying to do their damnedest to die to the spike. Won't even be allowed that. A flawless round for FlyQuest. And you start to think about what the next round holds. They carry over a Guardian and a Bulldog and an Outlaw.
Now, WADA did overbuy just a little bit. You can see, right, Astralis, she's forced down onto light armor. Power Pixel bought a Sheriff in the last round, I think, so it's going to be heavy armor and a Guardian. This is sometimes the choice you have to make, where on defense, you anticipate the attacking team doesn't always go for the Outlaw, so sometimes you can buy a little bit more, but it makes your anti-bonus just that much weaker.
That looked right on the mark. I mean, that looked dead on. I don't know. I
usually trust that Bob's hitting those, you know? So
yeah.
It must be a server issue. It's got to be a server issue. I think
absolutely.
That's the only explanation.
We give Bob the benefit of the doubt on those.
Oh my, Starbound picking the exact right timing to repeat Kuka.
You know, they're fully committing onto this. I thought they were just going to clear out the utility, but instead, they try to slam their head into this wall that's B. And they're not able to stand up against a fight. They haven't gotten back sight. You've just now got Arya, who's rotating over. Starbound doing their best, but it's fallen down to a 1v1, and Starbound's going to win it out.
Absolute
I really
insanity.
Thought they weren't going to commit.
Yeah, I have no idea how Starbound stayed alive there. I mean, their right shoulder is up against a deadlock wall. They're crouched. They're in full open trying to pull the crouch out of themselves. Like, what is going on? And the fact that they're the ones that are last alive there with the 3K, I mean, respect, but how did that happen?
What a mess. What a mess. The buy for WADA here is interesting. A Judge for Arya. A Bulldog for Juna, light armor on 2.
And Bob's got the showstopper. Here it comes.
Speaking of which, it's not going to connect. It's going to deal a little bit of damage. You could tell Bob just wants to go. You were talking about how they're basically fighting you back site no matter what. And it seems like that's part of the plan.
Uh-oh. Sonder just jumped into teleporter. And I don't think that was intended.
No.
Only 4 players left on this site.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
but that might be enough. Yeah, Sonder, perhaps the mishap, goes through without punish. In fact, she's going to come back and see there's an even bigger numbers advantage than they had before. FlyQuest are in a position to run away with this thing, and if they continue to put this together, we might be talking about Lotus very soon. The money's not going to be great for WADA. They have to be able to hold here, but they're crumbling.
At least get some rifles out of here. I mean, FlyQuest, that's a near perfect round. It was unstable at the very end, but yeah, breaking WADA's economy, building up their own, making it that clean too. You couldn't ask for much more out of a round like that, and really, it was such a strange one, because there's the util kill that Unstable gets with the mosh pit, then Unstable lands the thrash onto a backside player. There's no one coming out of heaven to help that player out. Everyone's trying to flood out CT, so the round sort of played itself from FlyQuest, even with the strange teleport shenanigans going on.
Two buckies for the defense. Right. That's exactly what they needed. Juno's one off ult. Arya's close to their ult. I just don't know how you convert this into a round win.
Yeah,
the problem is right now. That's what you
Especially
need.
scatting out the deadlock there.
Yeah.
Okay, Arya.
There's one.
Okay, Astralis.
2. Make that 3. Arya still with the Bucky. 44 HP though.
Launching smoke.
Wall's
Gap in that.
Yeah, there is. It's ever so slight, but it is there. What was that? How does Arya get away with 3?
That's just unbelievable. The gap in the wall. They just sneak on through. I mean, look, the Buckies did their job. At least the one. Arya
Yeah,
starts
they
it
did.
off by pushing out of lamps. Once she realized there's no one coming to them, they push on out. Then they go backside, get the jumping Bucky for a couple of kills. I mean, it's just silliness.
Wait, surely we're going to get a look at that again. Astralis getting 2 big ones with the Sheriff there was huge, but this right here is just... What game are we playing here? What is that?
I don't know, but we're moving and we're still killing people. And now the whole script shifts, right?
Yep.
WADA, now they've got 3 ultimates. They're gonna have 5 in the next round as well. Their money's good. There's an Odin ready to go. I mean, Sleepy Arya is boosted on that box cubby with an Odin. That's not a real position, chat.
No. But this time it can hurt you.
Oh my word. And Astralis could even do a little bit of baiting, a little bit of a net Tejo combo play, just slightly off on the timing. Nearly netted a kill.
I'm just glad we're not going to see something funny again, like the Bucky
You're
nonsense.
such a shill.
No, I'm saying I'm glad I'm not.
I'm also reading chat, Doug. I know your game. You can't sneak that one past me. But look, FlyQuest also know WADA's game. That's what we call a smooth transition, because they're going away from that stack over towards A into a B pop.
They're going to find a lot of space on the site too. I mean, Juna's playing an elbow, has ult, and that might be it. It might be, hey, off contact, drop the molly, pop the ult, and hold on.
Hello.
Oh, Juna just faces outside of the smoke, takes the fight, and dies.
That's just way too much. With Starbound
Way,
teleporting
way
off
too
the
much.
site, can't do that.
Spike planted.
The wall, they get the spike down. You hear the Odin rattling off. Meanwhile,
Nice shot.
Ashal is slowly swinging out. The right, proper Belter shot on Sonder. Arya connecting with the ult, traded right back though. And things just got so much harder. Bob is left to die, leaving Unstable alone here. It's essential. It's a 1v3 at this point. And the diffuse has already gotten 3/4 of the way through. There's not enough room for the swing out for Unstable. We're tied at 9.
That's just a monster round out of Astralis. I mean, look, WADA, they lost the player over towards elbow. And yes, they have 2 ultimates, but that choke from B towards spawn is the worst choke in the game to try and get out of. So the fact that Astralis snipes the first player with rifle, then opens up, breaks that first crossfire so that actually the Raze rocket can get through. So Astralis can actually, you know, peel off that player in tube as well. That first kill is what did everything on this reason.
Borderline impossible situation for when we're right into the action, the 19th round afoot. Ult has already been used. There's no question about this. They're going to try to split out on A. Ult invested back sight. The trip has already been triggered in showers. He's going to be traded back. There's no way out of there. Surviving just barely. Sonder down to 73 HP. Picks up the orb. Now has ult. Will they find their mark?
Oh,
Yeah.
Spike planted.
cold shot.
Between Starbound's ult, Power Pixel's position. But the thing is now they've gotten a lot of the hard job done. They've gotten the spike down. Now the onus is going to be on WADA. The impetus is going to be on them to move. And that's hard to do with some of what they have.
Well, look at the crossfire. Power Pixel out of heaven trades out, helps the kill onto Bob. That sets up for the op. There's a pixel there narrowly missing on the kill, but now WADA, they're on the spike.
2 ults invested. Space has been gained. Starbound trying to hold the line with the ult, and there's not going to be any way for Sonder to get back into this, I don't think. I mean, you've got to take the molly.
Dying to mollies.
And there's too much there.
That was a masterclass from Power Pixel. I mean, WADA, they're trying to take that fight out of lamps. And Power Pixel just comes full out of hookah, gets that kill, drops down the ultimate, forcing the players that are still alive on FlyQuest into showers, at which point we've got mollies to stop the swing, we've got the op posted up. I mean, that was beautiful. Look at that.
That crossfire that you mentioned. Yeah, you're right.
So we've got another Odin round.
And a stinger for Kara. I feel like the economy is never really settled. All right, we're back to the silly.
Oh, it's real silly. We are having deadlock net in hand so that we can net all of the players on A short so Arya can just hold down left click and mow them down.
One
Literal
enemy
fish in a
remaining.
barrel.
Spike down A.
It really, Ender, it really felt like for a little while there, FlyQuest was in a position to run away with it. They had decent money. It felt like momentum was their way. Their ults were peaking at the right time, but 4 rounds in a row now for WADA.
They've had the good stacks. I mean, but also it's not like WADA have just been like outclassing in these 4 rounds. Like round 19, I think, is around FlyQuest were in a beautiful position to win. They just sort of got bested on retakes in round 18 and round 19. That B retake with the double ults. The last round there we just saw. FlyQuest need to clean things up in the post. Obviously the last round they just got completely bottlenecked on A short.
Right.
Maybe they need some more time to play out the round, talk about how they're going to deal with this Odin, because that is just silliness. But realistically, they can't let these retakes keep working out against them.
No. No, I mean, you're right. The retakes continue to be a problem, and as you were mentioning out, the Odin's on the board. I think, and can you even really be thinking about that if you know you've got to solve for that too? The equation just got so much more difficult.
It's more just like, okay, we probably, if we're going down A short, we have to be flash comboing with Sky and Gecko, because right now there's only one person, I think, looking to break a Dizzy. If we can flash the Odin off the angle, it's going to be way easier to get in.
Sure.
But also, it's just another econ for FlyQuest here. They don't have the money to go for a hero rifle, even though Bob could, in theory, upgrade into an ult this round. So really, they're going to be banking everything on coming back and winning 3 in a row once WADA are up on 12.
This defensive setup on B too is, I mean, look at all of that utility.
So annoying. Yep.
Forget it.
And the thing is, FlyQuest, yesterday, they played against double Sentinel. It was a Cypher instead of a Chamber, but it was the Deadlock too. But FlyQuest also had Yoru. So they had double dive, they had Yoru clones to break a bunch of the utility, to you know, get past it as well. They don't have such easy options this time around. So They have to take their time a little bit more, figure out where the deadlock util is, wait out the wall, and eventually go for a split hit. But what it means is more chances for the ops to creep and more chances for the Odin to crush you. And that's exactly what
Not
Arya
again.
is doing. I mean, come on, not again.
I thought they might hesitate, given what they heard, clear out the Tog, but no, they decide to go back into A, and they decide to dance with the Odin once more.
One enemy remaining.
And unfortunately, it seems like they have 2 left feet here. It's a mess, and yes, it was an eco, but very little damage done.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, WADA, they're never going to be ecoed again for the rest of the half. If we're going out, even if they lose the next 2 rounds, they're still going to be able to buy. So the job does not get any easier for FlyQuest. I think ultimates are going to be a big factor coming to this final round. We've got double showstoppers, but honestly, WADA are probably going to read that FlyQuest just avoid the A site like the plague after getting cut down on A short 2 times in a row. I certainly wouldn't want to go back.
No, but I think they're ahead of that because look at where Arya's headed now.
Yep, it's a perfect read.
Yep.
They can put all the stall over towards the A site. They're not even going to show a forward fight, I don't think. Maybe Juna puts down a B long smoke, but I'd almost like it if they hid this a little bit more. Oh, it's just to grab the orb. Perfect. Now we've got
That was for
Rimmel.
Juna. Yep. Really good position to take map 1 here.
Realistically, I'm sort of looking at Lace in this round. I'm telling you, when I came into the match against FlyQuest, everything was about locking down her lurks over towards the A site. Very often, she would throw a Fade Eye Showers, then prowl down A short. This time, it's a Flash and Showers with the Sky, dog down A short, go back for a little peek. So
It's interesting, though, because we've had all this conversation around Bob, and it's Bob who has the ult.
It's true.
But Eyes going towards Lace, I think, makes a lot of sense, too.
I was hoping she
way.
was going to go for a lurk, but FlyQuest are just
Yeah.
going back into an A finish. They're going 5 into short. Luckily, there's no Odin here this time, so they might have a chance to get through.
No, but there is an op and there is a sound sensor. And that thing's gone off. Oh,
Okay.
Bob had the high ground. Continues
Bob.
with the high ground, gets a second kill.
Not too shabby. There's a deadlock wall in back sight. Bob's getting the plant, as a matter of fact. They're orb maxing. They think Bob might have an ult in round 24 when she just used it.
Do they commit? I mean, they have the money. They have plenty of money. No reason
Yeah,
not
you
to
might
go
as well
for it.
play it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you risk giving orbs away, but either way, it seems like the decision has been made. Power picks
Hello?
outward, going backside, and 2 kills found. We might crack this thing open. Bob with 3, though. Traded back. Arya left alone. Odin, Rocket, a 1v3. And the chance to take map 1. Slight and not coming through this time around. FlyQuest get to 10. Actually, though, Christy, yes, FlyQuest won the round, but the way they won the round could actually be disastrous. They lost, what, 2 guns there? They don't have a ton of money.
Yeah, okay, it looks like they have enough to get the full buy coming in. It's very close. I think at worst they have maybe a player with light armor. Had they lost more, it could have gotten a lot worse. But Sandra finding that kill at the end is meaningful. So they're going to be fine. The big issue is WADA are snowballing into their ults. So the next 2 rounds, FlyQuest have a lot to deal with. And again, it's not going to be as easy as just raise rocketing into the site. Bob can't tap into that again.
No one there to clear the drone, for unstable, so they know that much.
So, okay, Lace showed the same sky flash towards Showers. Didn't show the dog on short, because FlyQuest want to split back into the B site.
I love how they're stacking the sensors with the chamber trips. If you want to clear the chamber trip, the sensor's going to go off, and then they instantly drop terror missiles right on top of that.
Hello, ultimate into sight. Good nade. Was that Astralis with a cross map?
I believe so.
Wait, no, that was a
believe you are
self
right.
trap from Sonder. They're stalled out. Now WADA are in back sight.
They still have 50 seconds in the round, though. They can flip this, or they can just walk into the crosshairs of Starbound. They cannot stay here.
Oh, no way. Starbound still gets one on the way out.
2 kills found. Damage dealt. And now
30
FlyQuest
seconds left.
down in numbers.
Oh no, they're TPing straight into a trip. There's still Astralis up in heaven. WADA have already anticipated the rotate over. 20
hang on,
seconds
though.
left.
They've
They're trying to
inserted
go
Lace.
around the world and TP
Yeah,
back
Lace-
into B.
Lace's position's big, but the shoulder betrays her. Carpetzel now knows where she is. Lace is
10
dropped,
seconds left.
and that is probably it. That's probably the map. 7 seconds left. So much weaponry there. So much artillery. Saunders left in a 1v2, 2 HP. Spike planted, but that's such a brutal way for that to go. WADA will take bind.
A ridiculous round at the end. I mean, FlyQuest, they put up a much better fight than the last time these teams faced off against each other, but WADA consistently in the first half finding all those opening picks to here sort of seeing through it, and whether it was Sleepy Aria's Odin on A short or the operator in their hands of Starbound, they figured out what they needed to start off this series right.
I mean, again, plenty of opportunities for the map to go the other way. We kept talking about how it felt like, yeah, they've got the money, they've got the momentum, they have the ults, and somehow WADA was just able to navigate those consistently and walk away with the map win. Map 1 win. Map 2 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
right, to be kicking off the series. Oh, it's going to be WADA that are going to be taking the first map of Bind 13-10. It was a close match for a while there, Jen. We had that tied at half. FlyQuest get the next couple. I got a roller in my hair and nobody's telling me anything over here.
I thought you were holding a Korean look, you know, like just keeping the... No? Okay,
I was too invested in the match. There was some great Valorant happening. In the end, WADA to take it.
I support that look. To be honest.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this was such a banger of a match. I had to put the whole squad on the WADA song that the whole team name is based off of. So now we're just bopping back here. And the vibes are immaculate because we got blessed with such a close map. And I was a little worried at first of just how silly things got. You know, Odin sitting on top of boxes to Thrifties with the Buckies. But WADA took it in the end.
Yeah, for me, it kind of really looked like some hero plays came out from a lot of the players from WADA to be able to keep this game fairly close and to be able to push across the finish line. Not many clutch moments as the last time these two teams faced against each other on Bind, except for that 1v3 that Juno did that popped off there on their attack side. But overall, there's been some good hero plays from individual players across the line here from WADA for them to close out this first map.
Yeah, for me, my eye, or Astralis was the one who caught my eye. And I would love to hero build them more because WADA just didn't have a lot of go buttons on their offense, but they had a lot of stop buttons. And this is where their defense really shined. Namely, Astralis on the deadlock, I thought created a lot of amazing delay. And even, you know, post plants on the attacks too. You can't forget about that. But the nets plus the Juna mollies on Brim with the Sleepy Arya Odin were some really fun trap plays at the end on Ace Short. And Astralis has spent the most time on deadlock, so this was the perfect map to see, to really set that tone and see how good Astralis was going to look out the gates, because Astralis has played in previous GC qualifiers, and you may even remember them from a team called Ariana Grande Perfume, like a way back when. And they've played every role, but really shined on deadlock today.
Yeah, and to talk about Arya, the other Arya, by the way, probably the third Arya that we mentioned now in GC, but with the Odin was basically for me a cosplay of Kane Zero in Challengers. So it seemed really for FlyQuest there was no answer into where Arya was playing with their Odin on top boxes on A side, on top shed of B, and still getting so much value out of it. And as Ender mentioned, sometimes out of a timeout you would think, okay, we need to flash, double flash, try to get them out of their positions or whatnot, but there's still so much good util around Arya overall that allows for them to just stay at that spot, hose down to M1, and just get so many kills. So when you talk about, again, the maybe overcooking of some teams sometimes with the compositions that they walk in, for example, with WADA not having any flash or any way to really scale up when they don't have full initiator util, they at least still understand the strong points of each of their agents that allows for them to get some really good synergy no matter what and hold a strong defense.
Yeah, the one thing I want to see out of WADA going forward, because this was really, really close, is to just support each other a little better, because I thought FlyQuest started to build really good pressure when it came to their offenses, and WADA, who had the double senti, just wasn't able to always consistently delay that or to slow it down, or even when the offense was all up in their face, to trade off of each other. Just those better syncing in that department. I think WADA will take a cleaner map.
Didn't need to if Arya's gonna mow down 2 with the Odin anyways.
True. Yeah.
but if anything, I would have to say maybe iron things out on how they would approach the attack side, right? Because this is also a very similar composition that they utilize on a lot of their maps for WADA. Again, it's double sentinel with the deadlock and the chamber along with the Teo and a raise, for example. And you know that this is going to be very flood heavy in terms of their executions. And then Ender was mentioning it, for them to try to scale up smartly across these maps, you need a little bit of cannon fodder to allow the bait shots where Bob can miss a shot, you double swing after, and then you go and get map control. But that said, when you looked at how FlyQuest played the defensive side, they did a great job actually catching the timings of when WADA are trying to scale up on that map, because they're going to just count that timer of being like, oh wait, we're going to have to throw our stuff at 140. Well, 140 is when the barriers come up, but you get my point. They catch the timing just before you're able to get to that spot and use your util, and then really caught them off guard. So WADA has to be more on point in terms of scaling up in those moments and not always count on that flood util on its site takes.
And if we're able to see that coming out from WADA, especially going on in the series, this might be a faster day than we thought. Talking about this second map, of course, we are heading over to FlyQuest, picking this. We are going to Lotus. Again, when I look at this map pool and I look at how these teams have performed on these maps in the past, Jen, I'm not really like, oh no, how is WADA going to adjust? Like, this still looks good from both sides here, but with how close it was last time, I definitely think FlyQuest can have a couple tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, for FlyQuest going to Lotus first, it's not like, oh my god, they're number one, like, we're gonna go crazy on it, but I think it's a good comfort pick that they've played before, mainly 13-10 against Shrimp Gaming in the quarterfinals. But mainly I look towards Sonder, who had a much quieter map, as loud as she is usually every other series we've seen. Now she can go to an agent that I think will suit her better, the Breach, one that she can be aggressive with, and one that she needs to nail this util with. And we've seen some misses on the Deadlock, and it's a wobbly start and one that I'm not used to seeing. And Sonder has to be that hero, I think, for the team to really excel, and Lotus is where she'll shine, I think.
Yeah, I think this team's gonna look really good for FlyQuest on this map as well. If you're looking at maybe even role switches, right? Because when I'm thinking about this map and I'm thinking about Lace, I usually think her about as the controller. But most recently now with this FlyQuest roster, you're seeing more Kara taking that role. So you're keeping Lace on these strong initiator roles where she's been good on a Silva before. Now potentially is going to bring out this Fade again. And I like what Ender was pulling up before when he mentioned how Lace was really good in these lurk timings. Now you have an opportunity to do that, create chaos with your utility as a Fade outside of supporting the rest of the team, because there's still a Breach that's able to support the Rays on entry and on scaling on maps. So Lace probably has good opportunities here to really help sell these fakes on a 3-sided map for these calls.
I mean, talking on the other end with what WADA was playing last time on Lotus, we got to see the double senti again. Of course, we're seeing a lot of the double sentis in their compositions, considering that Starbound is this insta-lock chamber. I respect it. I like it. They're starting on the defense here, though, too. So having the double senti on the map, how are we feeling about that one here, Vans, with what we've seen on tape coming out from WADA?
Yeah, so at least the tape for WADA with the Deadlock is just the way that they were playing it before. The stalls that you had really good in the first place as they did on Bind, but I'm thinking more of how they could leverage Starbound again on this chamber. Because of these changes in the latest patch that you have around the Omen, it's not as easy, or you can't really throw these one-way smokes anymore through these walls. So it kind of makes it a lot easier for Starbound now to find some aggressive timings to go through smokes, maybe catch one off guard and go for the instant TP right after. For example, I'm thinking of the A-main push for Rubble Control, especially if they're going to start here on their attack side. But I see here from the maps they're starting on the defensive side first, but it's still similar things that Starbound could do, locking out on the C side, for example, as well, if you could TP away from Waterfall and whatnot. So I think that's going to be the strongest point that I want to look out for in the composition for WADA, more than the Deadlock, because the Deadlock, yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to put these walls up, but you need still some players that's going to fight for map control in the very beginning, and Starbound could be one of those.
And at least we can all agree that WADA is that defense-oriented team with playing that much double senti, and they went 8-4 on their defense kicking off against YFP. And like you brought up, Vans, we need to see them string together at least cleaner offenses, and they can kind of leverage around the same comp that they just played with. We just finished kind of hyping up Astralis on the Deadlock. Starbound needs to find that confidence. Power Pixelate needs to create favorable engagements, and a lot of zoning tools that they have with the paint shells, with the Tejo util, with the nets from Astralis. And it seems like WADA have a really good game plan. It just needs to come together maybe faster on offense, or that's where I'm worried about the most for WADA.
Where I'm worried for WADA is we're seeing a little bit of a switch up coming up from FlyQuest Red here. Instead of that Fade, Lace going on the Tejo, so you are going to get that infamous, newly infamous Breach and Tejo combination, Vans. And that one, especially with how Sonder is on the Breach and the capability that Lace has, that's where my eyes are at.
Yeah, I think now it's going to be a lot of the go button right now for FlyQuest, where you've seen, at least on their blind map previously, that they did like to group a lot to fight for the XX. So I wouldn't be surprised here with this change for the extra explosion to push players out of their positions, so that Bob could just do whatever she needs to do around Kara's TP, so they could use both of those players as the first and secondary entry to overtake sites. And I'm assuming there's probably going to be a lot more C sites at this point.
I mean, FlyQuest Red have a go button with this composition, so let's press our go button. Time for the desk to stop yapping, and we'll head back over to our casters, Ender and Doug, for map number 2.
Doug, unmute your mic.
Thank you so much, guys. I am sorry that he hogs the entire time that you guys are having to share things on the desk. Ender, We got to talk about the change on Lotus in particular. What are your thoughts on it? How does it make you feel on the inside?
On the inside, I'm not really sure. I kind of have to digest it a little bit more. I'll let you know in, I don't know, 24 hours. But on the outside, I'm a fan, right? I think Tejo obviously offers a lot on this map. It's why we've seen a lot of teams, especially in Americas, rocking the Agent, especially for early control over the map. In ways where, I don't know, it's a little bit easier to wait out a fade grab or something like that. The Tejo can just be a little bit more explosive, both early rounds and also on the retakes.
I'm a little concerned that we're not in game.
I hear people knifing in the background, though. I hear a cat meowing, and I see that we're ready to get this started.
We're so bad. We're so bad. Starbound. Whoa.
Talk about explosive.
Yeah. Okay. Starbound with light armor, not connecting the first couple of shots. So that was what? That was the stun, that was the missiles, that was a paranoia, that was everything to clear them off that angle.
Yeah, that was a whole lot. And even taking some chip damage on the backside of things as well. I think FlyQuest are wise to sort of tap the door, threaten going into B. That is the gap right now in WADA's defense. Although with the deadlock wall being thrown down on A to shut down the lurks, 2 players now rotate into heaven.
They're going to try to contact out towards B. Oh, never mind. That's plenty of noise made. Oh, they're trying to scale up?
Oh.
They scaled right into Starbound.
Oh, those right clicks, those did things.
Yeah, that looked like pre-nerf. That's when the right click had 3 bullets instead of 2.
3 right clicks, 3 instant kills.
Okay, what... barring a miracle from Bob and Unstable, which it is a pistol, and we've seen sillier things happen. Although it does not seem like
yeah, let's imagine it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Let's just pretend for a minute. Your thoughts on scaling up past B? I don't know if it looked like they were trying to scale into spawn or split towards C. They didn't have any mound pressure. What did it look like was the play there?
Honestly, I think they knew that if they had tried to like plant, they're going to get fast flooded, right? Because they knew the deadlock wall was down on A. They knew they hadn't really convincingly had that C fight going down. So I think it is important to fight forward. One thing that I like to tell my players on Lotus especially is B post plants. There's 4 different lanes to get back into the site. And if you only control one of them on the attacking side, you're going to lose the post plant like 9 times out of 10. You've got to control 2 lanes. So their idea there is, hey, they have B main. They can also fight in towards Waterfall. If WADA are trying to open up the door on them or something, they can keep going back into that. So I think the idea is a good one. They unfortunately just got absolutely murked by Starbound's Classic.
They got right clicked. You know, sometimes you do the right thing and it doesn't work out.
Yeah. And that's okay. We've got it. We live and we learn. We move on. FlyQuest, the pistols haven't been exactly promising in their matches versus WADA previously and earlier. So we'll see if they can fix that up moving forward from here.
So the fact they just use their missiles at the 110 mark. So assuming they commit to this hit, they're not going to have that back for a little bit.
Yeah, I think at this point they don't really care and they're more just interested in grabbing the orbs that they can and blitzing on in.
Well, the blitz is in full effect, but it's, again, just going the way of WADA.
Does Sleepy Arya get the title of most cringe gun user?
I think at this point, yeah. Like a resounding yes.
Like, it's not even close, right? Because last map, they literally won the econ round with a Bucky 3K, and then just proceeded to buy Odins every round afterwards. And already they're getting started with the Bucky now.
That's a terrifying start. If that's the tone that we're setting here, then... Yeah. That's also 2 flawless rounds for WADA. It's a tough start here if you're FlyQuest.
Curious what their setup's going to be here. They haven't really done a lot of pressure over into the A side of the map. Right now playing a 3-0-2 setup. Just trying to embed Unstable, but that early net is going to at least give some info when Unstable pulls that on out. FlyQuest are now pretty split up. There's worlds here where WADA could open up the door front B with that forward space and try to pinch down into a bob late round.
I love how aggressive they're playing this B space because you're talking about tapping the door and then crunching C. I mean, you can go through Worm and do the same thing A.
Doug, this is so funny. Even though the comp has changed somewhat, I've literally studied this round from FlyQuest before, where they insert Bob over towards the C site, play back towards spawn, because right now they're waiting. If Bob gets a pick, that spike sprints back over towards C. If Bob doesn't, they now start speeding up over towards the A side of the map. That's where they're starting to creep. That's where they find the kill. And, well, they end up just winning on both sides of the map, so the round plays itself.
Yeah, which is exactly what FlyQuest needed here. Even with Bob getting the pick C, like you were mentioning, they're going to accelerate towards A. Astralis is the only one here. There are sound sensors all over the place, but they're stunned. They're paranoid. This is going to be a very difficult hold for Astralis. That's 1 kill found. Surely there's no more silliness here. Astralis falls. Juna will join her. And that leaves Starbound in a 1v4.
Wow. Saunders ready for an ult almost next round. Because remember when they were farming orbs and they lost the pistol, and when they, you know, rushed that exec into C site, every time it was to make sure Saunders could grab one of those orbs. And honestly, I think it's probably for the best that Starbound dies here. FlyQuest aren't going to be hurting on money, so it's not like you're going to be seeing multiple light armors, if any, come out in the next round.
So is this what we can expect out from FlyQuest? Is that kind of approach to the rounds kind of the standard? Is try to insert and then play the rest of the map and go if
I would
this,
say,
then
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I would say maybe not so much to that extent of like Bob being all the way forward, but like you saw early round where it's like, okay, can Unstable get the Rebel space, you know? Then we'll challenge over towards C. Then they have the option if they leave Bob or not. And by already showing that they've left Bob over towards C, what you'll now see is in the next few rounds, if we see the same opening where it's 3-0-2 and FlyQuest take that orb and mound, WADA will need to re-clear the mound space because they know Bob has that tendency, and they just saw it last round.
Starbound pushed off the early angle. They seem to have that part figured out.
Beautiful.
Saunders ult now online.
That is very nice. And all the while they're really making their presence known towards C. Again, Unstable, creeping forward into the A space, putting down that smoke to try and lurk in the stairs. You can see how FlyQuest have these little wrinkles they change up round to round to get themselves in different positions and have pulled out so much of WADA, whether it's the util or now even the Omen rotate.
No insertion this time around. They're still going to have to deal with the sensors and the wall. And that Rolling Thunder is going to pave the way to take some space with the counter paranoia. Look like it connected on a couple. They still try to scale up though. FlyQuest do on the other side of it. Juna playing backside Astralis with them. Power Pixel. It's power in numbers. And it's all going the way of WADA here. Trying to commit to the plan and realizing it's an exercise in futility. They have to rotate out. They have to go B.
Kind of madness that Lace finds those 2 kills. FlyQuest are still in the round. Faking the tap, now deciding to commit to it. There's an up, though, and then Stable's walking directly into. It's a whiff! And now FlyQuest can blitz over towards the C site.
With all the time in the world, Arya's going to be so late to this.
Okay, these players are low. With the Vandal there, it's 3 body shots to Unstable, 2 to Lace. They're just over the threshold, so it's not instant one-taps. Arya doesn't have any utility either.
No, I think so much of it depends on the positioning that FlyQuest decide to use here. And they're both huddled up towards Rubble. Or towards Mound, excuse me, with one concerned about the spawn flank. And so this could be danger because in theory, you're going to get ones. Now spotted. Both can swing on the side of it. Flash not connecting. Arya had to win one of those fights out, and they just cannot.
Wow. Full credit to Lace there. Finding the 2 kills on the exit of A. Whoever on FlyQuest made that call to go for the double swing into Waterfall, knowing the op had been seen on C-side early on in the round. They really managed to recover things. That could have gotten pretty ugly for FlyQuest on their attacking side Lotus if they dropped there.
Now we wait.
It was almost like a potentially return to the scene of the crime. Remember Starbound had gotten that 3K with the Classic in the exact same spot. But no antics this time around. FlyQuest with full attention, full eyes towards B.
Not
much
will
as
be
far
in
as
a
defense here.
good position to quickly flood back into the site, though. Arya can move on over. Has a Bucky if they try and run up into heaven.
Pixel's the only other one with a rifle. Waiting on the other side of that door. The question is, what causes the tap? There's a lot of patience here. Second attempt at the spike, and there it is.
Spam.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Hello from Waterfall? We're spamming that for a kill? Off the stun, and now Juna's getting a kill with the Sheriff? It's a 5v3 on an eco round.
They cannot afford to lose this again. I feel like we've seen this movie before. We've seen this round play out where the ecos go the way they shouldn't. And again, it's WADA stealing away the round they had no business winning.
Power Pixel with the tech there. I mean, the stun, banking it off the wall on the planter. On like the third time Sonder tried to plant, and then spamming from Waterfall through that thin little paper wall. That was nice. WADA had no business winning that round either.
A gift.
You take a quick look at the ult situation on both sides. Astralis, one off of theirs with 2 other ults to play around. Meanwhile, in a pseudo-similar situation, FlyQuest have a lot to play around. Lace has their ult. Arlo's pretty close. You also have Unstable. We haven't seen that play out. So curious about how they choose to invest that.
Yeah, Starbound's figured out how to timing that utility and get the full angle. Dodges away from the flash. It's a nice shot, but can't TP out in time. Hello? Bob's just up there. Bob's just going into the site. Bob's just flying on him. Madness, but the ultimate stalled everything out. Power Pixel's still on site.
Everything except for Bob. And now, this is where they're going to use that ult. Then it'll buy a little bit of time. And it seems like they want to persist. They want to try to go see the paranoia. Not going to connect, but the space is taken. And the side is theirs.
Kara does get ult up off of this plant. Not sure how she could manage to use it, because here comes the retake.
Be careful here. Arya has both satchels and a judge. We might be due for some silly again. I mean, it's fit the mold. Are we going to get it again? Oh, that was so far away!
Arya with the shotguns.
And there's the second one that Arya plucked out of the sky, leaving things in a 1v2, and Kara cleans it up. What are these rounds?
They're just wild. Honestly, FlyQuest winning that is kind of a miracle. Whether or not, and like everything that went wrong was just quickly course corrected by utility for FlyQuest. I think here it's a trade out from Lace, right? Then Bob dives on in here. Bob falls. And then, as soon as the retake attempt tried to come in from WADA, first it's the Vise ult that slows it down. Then it's Lace getting the refresh on the blast that stops those players flooding out from CT. It's kind of wild they managed to pull that one out.
That just feels like that's been the case this series.
Oh, deep, Doug.
Yeah, Kara's taking the ult. Kara's all the way back site. Sees all theirs.
Okay, WADA, how do they actually come through in this round? Right now, Starbound's pushed out in towards C-Long, but there's a Vise wall there. I mean, Astralis is going to try and come and hit this door and have a pinch start coming in, but already FlyQuest ready to turn and fight.
Oh, I love this setup here. Unstable, focused on door. Really nice positioning from Lace. It'll buy a little bit of time. Salvos. Buying a little bit in exchange. Lace was not supposed to die there. And Unstable wasn't supposed to die there. 2 big kills. Going in ways you wouldn't expect. Now a 2v2. One
You connected, it's 2v1.
Bob has to do it on her own. It's so tough. I don't know that. Uh-oh. Is the fumble of the defuse going to make the difference?
I actually think the fumble cost it.
But it's going to be so close. At 0.29.
It's a disaster. Power Pixel had it. There was time. It was like a 0.1 second defuse, but maybe even less. But the fumble there tosses it away. I mean, WADA like pulled that retake out of nowhere. It's insane they make this one happen with that fight over into Mound. The utility from Power Pixel again, hitting the shots. Deadlock ultimate sent out, finds the snipe. But that's just gonna break your heart.
Yeah, I was hoping to see the fumble again because it wasn't long. It was just like slipped off the defuse, and then that was the difference maker. That's insane.
Oh, Starbound just narrowly misses that shot there. Could have made all the difference in that round.
Starbound really continues to push the matter there. It's a very dangerous game they're playing there.
It's important because if Starbound stops doing that
Yeah.
fight, FlyQuest don't have to spend all that utility. That allows them to speed up their fights, etc. But now it's like, okay, FlyQuest have to hit the brakes for 40 seconds after throwing everything at it. Unkillable Starbound.
Sonder falls. Bob does
Down
too.
A.
Power Pixel heating up. Slow down to the round. Unstable, here's that sensor. Door hasn't been broken either.
Kara's got a paranoia. First smoke goes down. But that net timing is perfect. Unstable can't really do anything. So it's up to Kara to do some baiting with the TP sounds. Pretending they could be up in stairs or something.
Charlotte's dodging the flash. Not dodging Unstable though. Oh, this is big for Maria. The rocket connects, but they're overwhelmed.
A.
Hold
Had
up.
a chance there to change
Keep your eyes on
weapons.
Starbound, Doug. Doug, Starbound is already in the site.
Do they know? Do they know? Starbound's in such a good position to win the round for WADA.
Planted.
Lace has no idea the spike has been planted. The spam's not connecting. The position's been given away.
Last player
And now the
standing.
fight surely unfavorable. Juna left in a 1v2. Lace 9 HP. Unstable not much better off. This high-low is doable, but Lace saves the day for FlyQuest. From almost dying to getting 2 there is insane.
That's back-to-back rounds now. WADA choked it at the very end. Versus Diffuse here, it's, I mean, Power Pixel, beautiful shots to open things up. Another ultimate committed. But Starbound not killing Lace there. Absolutely chalks it. Forces them onto a bad buy, a hero guardian in Power Pixel's hands, and FlyQuest start to run away with their attack side.
That's 3 rounds in a row, 5 of the last 6, excuse me. Starbound didn't even get a chance to get that aggro line. Now, filling in on that space.
FlyQuest quick into B though, Juna. Sheriff in hand, not gonna be able to find that shot. That should be an easy plant now for Fly.
So difficult to settle there. Remember, the
look
only
at
real
them.
gun they have is Power Pixels and then the ult from Starbound.
Planted.
This is what I was talking about though, fighting forward, making sure you control 2 choke
Yeah.
points. They're fighting up towards A, they're fighting into Link. Don't quite get in there with a good counter stun, but all this Vise utility is gonna stall that retake.
I love this rap from Bob. Wait, but do they? They're ready for it. Still a nice snap out from Bob. 2 kills found.
Last player standing.
There's no way through here. Sonder just got ult back up on mine off of that kill. Arya was going to have to get 5 with the Sheriff, and that's just way too much to ask for. FlyQuest up to 6.
All right, WADA need to slow things down, call a
that'll do it.
timeout. Think a little bit about it here. I mean, ultimately, WADA have been showing the same thing every round. I don't think their overall strategic choices have been costing them rounds. They're in good spots consistently, but so far we've seen Starbound opping on Mound every round. We've seen Astralis putting down a very early deadlock wall in the grass space outside of A every single round. I'd like to see those 2 players switch up their positions, more for the fact of change than I think that anything is going particularly poorly for them. I think that so far we've just seen Starbound taking that same timing in towards Sand, and even if FlyQuest still aren't catching them with their util, they do know exactly how Starbound wants to play that, and it's making it very hard for Starbound to actually take a good fight there.
And so what should the adjustment be here if you're WADA? Are you wanting to move Starbound off of C and then maybe try to take more of an aggro line A main, or what?
Yeah, honestly, I could see a world where Starbound this round still fights C, but goes for a quick teleport and then plays onto like a B site, for example. Just because FlyQuest's default has been so much into C that if they don't see Starbound there, it becomes very obvious very quickly. The other thing I was going to say, which is what it looks like actually Starbound is going to be doing, is just straight up playing over towards the A space and taking the fight to the weak side. Because FlyQuest always play the Vise and Omen solo over towards A. So there's a chance to take this fight before FlyQuest realize that Starbound isn't on the C side.
Well, you mentioned they're always together, the Vice and the Omen, then that is the case this round. Slipping past behind the smoke, and Starbound's ready for it.
Surely FlyQuest don't fall to this. They've realized the op is not on C. There's no way. I don't think there's a world where Unstable peeks back Rebel.
You shouldn't.
Not without a
Unstable's getting
smoke, at least.
dangerously close.
Nah, I know Starbound. There you go. Smoke comes in, and only after the smoke would we ever see them creep up. That is very patient play.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just smart. FlyQuest are regrouping, going for a 5-hit. They're not going to contact into the op line that they know is in a new position. They're going to 5-hit you and always make sure they can trade out that kill. Oh!
Yeah?
Never mind.
Yeah?
The smoke went down and Bob's in the open.
Oh, hopefully we get that one back on the replay. That looked so fast. Now you know where the op is. Are you going to continue to press into this? Sandra's got the op. Oh, this is risky. It's only going to tag onto one. Perfect Cell wasn't tagged. Now Unstable's down. Arya's joined up. They cannot go away.
It's another pivot into the B site. This time WADA are going to give the plant up, but there's still chances for a fast pinch. FlyQuest need to fight up here, but they're just getting ulted off the site.
Ulted off one, flashed off the other. This time it was Kara who had not been hit by the paranoia, and they can get past this. You're going to have all the time in the world.
Last player standing.
Kara's only able to get one. Lace is going to get the spike down. One off ult.
It's 3-1s.
Yeah. But there's no idea that PowerPixel is behind them. We got to see the op shot one more time. I think that was massive to opening the round.
The op shot for sure. PowerPixel dodging the breach ult, having a counter Teho stun come out so that their teammate doesn't die going up the zipline. Like, that was the absolute savior there.
Yep. The thinnest of margins.
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't even off the smoke. That was...
That's just a really annoying line that Starbound was playing on the top right side of stairs. Only a Chamber's going to play that line, and Bob thought she could win the fight.
Back towards C. Same bit of utility, but this time the line is Starbound's and the kill is theirs too. That's Bob down.
FlyQuest thought it was going to be a bigger strategic pivot from the Chamber. Thought it was going to be more rounds of Starbound playing towards the A site. Thought they could sneak back in, but it doesn't work for them. Now Juna taking down dangerously low. Unstable has to seize this timing. Down numbers. Unstable's got to get something done here.
Yeah, the spike is so late though. It's one kill found for Unstable. Now the ult popped. But the spike is still not in the right position. And the timing for Mario could have been a mess, but deciding to rotate all the way back around. Juna's got to be careful with how they play this. Kara's just trying to TP back. Just takes the fight back side. That's insane. Now FlyQuest with the numbers advantage. They have the spike down as well.
And Arya's got a judge, Doug.
Yeah, but now upgrading to a Vandal. Satcheling forward. That was bold. That was ambitious.
They might have preferred the judge, I'm going to be honest.
Yep. I mean, if that was the play, I agree.
I mean, full credit to Unstable that round. FlyQuest were down numbers. It required Unstable to go for that push, not only getting the pick into spawn, but then having the ultimate to make actually seizing the site so simple. Sometimes it doesn't matter how good your macro is, how good your setups are, whatever. Sometimes you just need one player that's going to have the guts to go for a push like that and explode around.
We would take a look at that one more time. This was that line that we've been talking about for what feels like the majority of the half. And then this aggressive play from Unstable. It's exactly what they needed.
It's annoying, like with the agent swap, like Fade could clear that out very easily, or at least pull a second player to break that, something like this. This time they're changing the stun line, it looks like. Trying to catch Starbound going forward. No, still doesn't hit it. And yet somehow they're going to win this round, Doug. I'm not sure how yet, but
just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait. They even re-clear Mound after the TP from Starbound with the drone from PowerPixel. It's really nicely done.
I'm not gonna lie, part of me thinks it's just Bob trying to take some ego fights. Bob hasn't had a particularly hot day. Bind, it took a while to get in the groove. We're still not quite here yet on Lotus. Obviously, Bob has been the best player in the tournament by a long shot, but There's a world where she just wants to take hers and get her head in the right space to keep playing this long series through.
Where's that TP headed? Back towards C. Reinforcing, rejoining on the retake. Kara, way too many targets to find, and none of them claimed. The thing for FlyQuest here is they still haven't managed to get the spike down.
Spike
Now
planted.
committed to 5v3 as they attempt to hold this. Unstable's got 10 HP. A stiff breeze, will knock him over. Paranoia out. Astralis connecting on the ult, and this just went from really difficult to impossible. There's no way through here. I do want to talk about this though. Is WADA do manage to get the last round of the half? It feels like with FlyQuest hanging on to this lead for the majority of the half, I think it kind of answers some of the questions we had around, does Bob need to be on fire for FlyQuest to look competitive?
Yeah, I mean, right now the answer is no. It doesn't matter so much,
Right.
and I think it's because of specific players on FlyQuest being very clutch in moments. Early in the half, I think Lace had a couple of rounds, whether it was finding the 2 kills, the round they failed the exec into A and getting the B plant, whether it was utility, interrupting retakes coming in. Then you have Unstable taking that timing push up into stairs when FlyQuest are again at a numbers disadvantage. I honestly felt like WADA played a much better half of Valorant. It was just in the late round clutches, WADA crumbled and FlyQuest were so money.
Which feels like an inverse of the conversation we were having on Bind. Well, Starbound is still a problem.
Every round. It's just the first kill to WADA.
Yeah. And those 4v5s, I mean, you can rely on them a little bit, but at some point that will fall apart.
All right, WADA, they know they've got the timing over towards A site. High chance Vise with C. They know they saw the 2 players on B, so doing their due diligence to clear all their corners, but
Better safe than sorry.
Easy post plant. Not going for the wall, though, opens up this quick flank timer from Lace.
A little body block, maybe.
Already in backside.
Second. Yes. The frenzy causing problems. Sonder weak, but swinging backside. Lace is left in a 1v3. There's that late. The late flank was too late. It was way too late.
Spike planted.
That's so cheap. Starbound escaping there.
Lace has no way into this. Yeah. This is one of those miserable feelings in all of Valorant.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh! Forget the misery! What?
Everybody is Lace's enemy, and no one can stand up against her. Unreal. A Red Bull clutch for Lace, just click, click, boom.
There's just no way. There's no way.
I'm in awe. I'm in awe. And genuinely, like, you might wonder, why aren't WADA like counter spamming there? Why are they not doing that? In a numbers advantage, you never spam the smoke. That's the only chance Lace has to win the round, is seeing your tracers and trading you. And then somehow she still won.
Right, okay. Well, let's settle back on this. Look at the buy here.
Oh, they
Investment from both sides, yeah.
That does not look like it's going to be a good call at all, Doug. Why did I have to double down and keep fighting this? Power Pixel found 2.
All right, if we've learned anything these last couple of rounds is that a win is never secure.
Look how low everyone in the server is. Look at the space taken by Unstable. The only player with health.
Teleport's ready.
The walls are starting to close in, Doug. And this
the
outlaw
time
might
is-
as well be an operator in Kara's hand.
Shadows traveling.
Rare miss out from Starbound. Kara holding the line, and they're going to get a chance at more. One bullet,
reposition.
though. Not choosing to reload. Oh, and they split the uprights. The bullet doesn't connect. The stun does, though. And it's a mess. They're both stunned. A 2v2.
Last player standing.
30 seconds left. It's all
30
into
seconds
Unstable
left.
now. Healthy. The only one who's been healthy for this entire round. Finding the right timing. The stinker connecting onto one. Power Pixel's tucking tail and getting away.
20 seconds, but that's more than enough to get the spike down. And now with a B post plant, planting open, visible from all 4 lanes, it's a complete guessing game for Unstable.
Has a flash, but the Arc Rose is still back towards C. So Unstable just has to guess, and you're right. You talked about this in the first half, and there are 4 lanes to this site. Unstable has 4 things that they have to check and clear to their entirety before feeling secure about this.
And has to
And
go
there's
deep
not enough time
too,
for that.
to make sure no one's re-wrapping back towards heaven.
Right. And so maybe you get half, and then you take the fight. Power. Oh no!
Giga Chad!
No. Oh no! It's the defuse, the Red Bull clutch for FlyQuest.
No, man,
I'm done.
there's
I'm
no
done.
way. There's
I'm
no
done, man.
way. Full sticking that. And you can't even fault the other side not peeking. That's unhinged. No sane person sticks that defuse. Not when they've got the HP advantage. I'm flabbergasted. My flabber is gasted.
Oh, you shouldn't talk about your flabber on broadcast. That's now 2 situations that PowerPixel, for as good as they've been, I think about the missed defuse. I think about that. Those are just really tough ones, but somehow, some way, PowerPixel punches back.
But that's the thing, right? PowerPixel has been fighting like an absolute demon in these rounds. There's still chances, still winning options here. With that deep deadlock wall being thrown over the top too, it stops the rotate between B and C site, the quick one through waterfall. Are just trying to abuse that fact right now to retake this fight in towards C.
Bro. Not again. Is this another eco mess?
Disaster.
Yes, it
Disaster.
is. It absolutely is. Again, FlyQuest in a position where they have to figure out how to stabilize this mess that they've made for themselves. Saunders too with the judge is going to help. Kara plucking him back, and all of a sudden, what was a 5v3 turns into a 2v2, and it's back to winnable for the defense. And they might just pull the thing off. The emotional roller coaster that FlyQuest are putting us on is not healthy.
I genuinely believe 5 or 6 of the 9 rounds that FlyQuest have won have been from completely losing position, down in numbers, in a miserable post-plant spot, in a complete 50-50 fight. But every time it has mattered, they have come up clutch, they've won their fights. Here, it's Saunders getting a couple kills after really WADA played FlyQuest like a fiddle. And then whether it's a combination of this paranoia coming into backside, Saunders still having full utility to set herself up a bit too, FlyQuest carved their way back in again.
5 rounds now separating these 2 teams. Lace was 1 off ult. Saunders 1 off ult as well, and off in the hands of Starbound.
The most impressive part for FlyQuest, it has not been through Bob domination. Here we go, though. WADA.
Yep.
They've got to get into this C site. I don't think they're going to slow it down like last round. They just want to exec this into Kara. She's got nowhere to go.
The floor is lava. Nothing is safe. Kara's now dead. And it's just gone from bad to worse. Lacey's nowhere to go either. Takes one for their troubles. And Sauter filling in behind it. The timing on that is so good.
Both is going to be nasty.
Ult at the ready, connecting, I believe, onto all 3.
No, PowerPixel dodged it.
PowerPixel didn't dodge that. Starbound, I don't even think that was the target Starbound was aiming at. Now Juno's left in 1v2. Trying to clear every single corner with no info on where they might be.
One enemy remaining.
That's one
Shut
found. And now 1v1. The lack of information could be the difference maker here for Juno. The flash pop time bought. 30 seconds left. Juno can play this as slowly as they want. 5 seconds left on a smoke
30
too.
seconds left.
You waited out to get that back up. Juno has to play this perfectly. And it's another Red Bull clutch. This time the way of WADA.
Finally, it goes WADA's way. Juna there picking up the operator as well to chuck that back towards Starbound. I mean, that was wraps if WADA lost that. Completely lost
Enemy remaining.
if that had gone that way. But in the 1v2, to win that first fight against Bob, right? Bob a little bit wobbly on that first shot. Juna punishes instantly. And again, it looks like WADA might have called the right side of the map to hit. They've guessed correctly into the weak side 2 times in a row.
I know we're still a bit away from this, but a comeback when you think about the landscape of a best of 5, a comeback for WADA would be devastating for FlyQuest. And I'm not just talking about the series score, I'm talking about the mental.
Yeah. When it puts you on the 2-0, obviously, in terms of score, but having it slip away like that, after a decisive early loss, now Kara in a whole heap of trouble. There's nowhere to escape to. That's twice in a row. She's just been blasted.
Kara was the only one who had a rifle, too. The rocket will soar back towards spawn. All of the aggression from FlyQuest. Starbound was flashed! Juna getting the best of Sonder. Just the Sheriff's left. It's all a fight back behind Rubble, and it's a fight that it does not seem like FlyQuest are in a position to win. Another 1v3. Lace has a pistol again. But surely Lace can't do it twice.
Grenade is live.
It was a ghost last time. This gun's even better now. Okay. A little moment to breathe now.
There's no need for the enemy to
For WADA.
kill them
I mean,
fast.
honestly, the last 2 rounds, WADA have gone for these like fast execs with a couple of ults back to back. They've got the deadlock ult this time. I don't think it's that same sight or that same level of sight hitting power. So I'd expect them to maybe slow it down a little bit more. Open up for Starbound to work the map, find an early shot, something like this. As if they go
13.
towards A, there is a counter stun ready to go. There's 4 players ready to fight, Doug.
I mean, it seems like everyone's here.
Oh.
Tried to connect on the shot. That's what you were asking for. That's what you were looking for. Just not connecting.
Okay, Arya. The attack
Not again.
Odin now? Is this what we're doing? All right. Well, WADA, they see that early aggression. They can move over into this B site. It's really just unstable here with the wall to play off of. And that drone's going to spot him.
Sonder has a stun. They can help us on the other side of the wall, but choosing not to invest it. Wisely done. Unstable gives some of this space up. They can live to fight another day. Keep a close eye on the ults. FlyQuest having to play around.
Oh, yeah.
As
They're
soon
coming
as
in
the wall
quick.
goes down, yeah, it's going to be a mess. 2, make that 3. All of them popped. They need to be able to convert this round. Astralis, the first to fall. A little bit of an advantage game, but they're all playing off site. And now all of the utility that they could have had for fighting this Mount fight is gone. Spams through the smoke. Arya falls. And as the smoke goes down, Lace gets a second. Bob joins in on it. A great response from FlyQuest. Heavy investment, but it pays off.
Yeah, I mean, Bob gets the 3K. Lace finds that beautiful headshot through the smoke. And another one. I remember last year when she took some time off this FlyQuest roster, when she retiring, her wrist she had to deal with. Then at GC Champs, she becomes the super sub for a day. She's super subbing into Spotlight as well. And today, back in a finals for FlyQuest Red, one of the only players sticking around on this team with Sonder. She's 18-11 already here, trying to come back and win a map for the team.
Not too shabby.
Play, let's play.
I take an 18 and 11 any day of the week.
Whew. Twice in a row, Starbound's sort of been stuffed in this Rebel space.
Oh, that's getting that got a fair amount of tags.
Funky round. WADA bought in 3 rifles plus the chamber up. And hold on, there's a push it down C. I mean, WADA have nowhere to go. They got to go in.
And they don't really have the guns to win these fights out.
They got Lace. Lace is down.
Oh, Sonder.
Sonder.
Should have an opportunity to upgrade that weapon.
I'm too used to the Lace breach. But
No, I
really,
know, I get you.
WADA still have nowhere to go. It is a complete corral on these players.
Timing. Kara's in a really good spot. Kara can win this thing on their own. Not able to control the spam onto the second. The spike hasn't made much progress here.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. They're going B with the spike.
And again, they don't know about Unstable. Sure, are they concerned about the B main hit?
Oh, this is awkward.
Spike
They
planted.
have no idea.
They're looking at it right now. Starbound's got eyes. And WADA push back into Waterfall. They might have just barely slipped past this angle, but Bob is ready for it with the operator. FlyQuest full rotated back through their spawn. They know that WADA want to fight into water. They've still got eyes on it.
You don't slow walk into this, right? Yep, okay, maybe you do. Peek from Lace. Again, you were just highlighting her. Continues to deliver for FlyQuest. Off the swing, unstable falls. It's going to have to be Lace. Of course it's going to have to be Lace. Who else? A 1v2. The Odin spam not connecting. 7 bullets left. Make that 4 and 1 target to find. Juna, 85 HP. Not able to connect. He kind of has to stick it now. The freest round for Juna to win there is WADA get to 8.
Another one that Juna can play the time with a little bit, win out for her team. Every round is coming close at the very end.
Oh,
I could use a drop.
I'm honestly just in a little bit of state of disbelief. I really thought Kara could have had more in that tree spot.
I thought so too. Yep.
One enemy remaining.
And realistically, I mean, there's so many of these fights where it's like FlyQuest player has a chance to maybe get a second kill. If any of them do, they're winning it. But instead, we're right back into rubble. It's a light by Lace on a Sheriff and really just running on through.
Yep. Fully holding W. Giving Bob the space to grab the orb. And now forcing WADA to use utility to re-clear the space.
Ooh, WADA seeing the Sheriff staying up there. They've decided to go for a re-clear instead of hitting into C. Because that Sheriff being up there makes it kind of seem like fake pressure from FlyQuest, right? Everything. And now it is, right? The drone in and they're rotating over towards C. I think WADA have read this, but the fact that they haven't sped up into C already makes FlyQuest choose to stick around. It's mind games going both ways.
Surely you don't stick the TP. Okay, good. I was very concerned.
But now, Doug, we're down to 45 seconds. There's still Vi's utility here. It's not danger territory just yet, but it could be if Unstable holds on and is good for a couple of kills.
Go ahead.
They're going to have to do it. Swinging behind the flash, isolating the gunfight, but it's Astralis who wins out.
30 seconds left.
Feels like it's a fight you shouldn't be losing.
Bob's on site.
What? WADA's in a really good spot here. Offshot not connecting, having to TP away. Give back some of that space. Zarya's going to be the first to fall. Starbound on the trade. And Juna joining in. Can Kara and Sonder settle? It's all going to be on a Kara. No. Kara will crumble too. WADA get to 9.
Bit of mind game going on between the two IGLs, that last one. That was a fun round to watch. I think WADA sort of called their way through it, didn't go into the stack over towards A. And then even after getting stalled out by the Viswall in main, you've got Sleepy Aria boosting up over that, getting on site, counter stuns going down. So even with the Flood, WADA are not making it easy. And now FlyQuest are in a true eco.
This is such a tough spot. I mean, and they're still trying to invest a little bit. I know it's not much, but a Marshall for Unstable here. They're all C, by the way.
Yeah, you do a round like that, because so far, WADA have only seen a solo Vise towards C, so, if they kill Vise, maybe they can accelerate into the 4 stack. Yeah, doesn't quite work out. WADA, they're not new faces.
No.
They saw just
no, they're knowers. They're knowers. So the door gets tapped. They're going to get out on towards A. Who has the spike right now? Pyrapixel. Very far off their ult.
Sound sensor. Listening.
I mean, if you're FlyQuest here, what's your approach? You want to fight, right? So Lace and Bob can both get their ults?
Yeah, I mean, definitely you're trying to fight on your way out here. You also just press tab and realize that FlyQuest are closer to their ults than WADA. Usually is a good reason to go ahead and look for some fights. Also, hey, there's some players that bought down considerably from WADA. Could do some damage. You have to get 3 kills, I think, to actually have meaningful damage coming on in.
We'll see if they convert on the 3. That's Bob out of the picture. 1 found, though. I just don't know that it'll be much more. Oh, this is kind of real far here.
Oh no, and they let Lace die to Spike. No orb.
That was like the one thing you want, the one way you didn't want to die if you were Lace. Yeah. There was that shot onto Unstable, who again had the only investment. It was a Marshall. And so now, if memory serves me correctly, there's just 1 round between these 2 teams.
Yep,
This
11-10.
This was a 5-round lead, Ender. It was 10-5.
Wow, FlyQuest have completely abandoned the A site 2 rounds in a row. This time, deep stun line. I think it's going to be a double satchel play even from Bob with an ultimate potentially. Look at that paranoia. Satchel's back into spawn. They're going so quick, Doug.
But there's nobody there. They're going to get safe passage out onto A.
Okay, but there was Vi's utility on A, so WADA couldn't fully accelerate. Now that flank is already in their backyard.
Also, note this. Lace did get the orb outside C, so now Lace has their ult online.
Oh no, the spike got stuck behind the wall. Because the spike's out in the open.
There's nowhere for them to go. Bob will fall first. Oh, WADA turn. They take the fight and they win them all. The lead is vanished. We're tied at 11.
Absolute chaos in that round. FlyQuest thought the answer was to just kick over the table. They didn't like the way the board was set. But WADA, I mean, the way they took that fight, turned around, weren't flustered whatsoever. Just mowed down FlyQuest. I mean, it doesn't take an expert to look at the money and realize that FlyQuest are not in a good situation.
Right.
They also used a lot of ultimates going through on that play. The Teho, the raise at the start.
So now we do get to revisit the conversation that we had, what, 6 rounds ago around if you let this one get away from you, it's going to hurt. For FlyQuest, they had a 5-round lead, and yes, it's a defensive side of Lotus and, you know, what have you, but this one hurts. But they can't even let that dwell right now.
I mean, realistically, FlyQuest need to probably go back to, you know, showing some early presence over towards Rebel. They could play a round where they sort of hold on to like a breach stun in the early round. I think they've been using that pretty consistently. And sort of use that for a refight. Especially if they want to show a similar round to like the last 2 they've had where it hasn't been the very obvious Rebel fight going. And I'd imagine that is what their setup is going to be. It's a little bit funky though, because Bob's going to be showing over towards the C side of the map, so they're really going to try and make sure this isn't so obvious where the fight is going to end up. Probably just going to break the baby door here with the Teho utility, sending that over in towards main, and threaten refighting into that A space.
They're so concerned for early aggression from FlyQuest. Look at how far back they're playing at spawn.
Bob did get a little damage. She's looking for more. Oh my god, she's down to 1 HP.
And now she can't see a thing.
And she's suppressed.
And
she's crouched.
netted. Not allowed to play the round.
Yeah, well, that was a hero rifle. Here comes the exec.
Rocket not finding its target quite yet. Lace's timing is beautiful. It's gorgeous. Tucking, avoiding the rocket damage, still getting a kill, still playing close by. Lace has been so impressive, but is it going to be enough? Haven't committed to getting a spike done yet because it's been too uncomfortable. It's been claustrophobic. Now a couple of snaps. Oh, it's Aria with the Odin again. Lace has to do it on their own, and Lace saves the day for FlyQuest yet again.
How does Lace keep doing this? She's having the game of her life right now. 24-14. Another clutch round. Another completely lost situation. Bob dies immediately. They're getting mowed down by Sleepy Aria's Odin. But Kara comes up with a 2-piece on the Sheriff, and Lace, in a Red Bull clutch, finds her timings. Takes those fights. They're there. They're on map point.
And, I mean, we got to talk about the first fight. Forget it. We'll talk about it after. There's no time for this.
It's madness. It's madness, Doug.
Ops on both sides. One for Bob, one for Starbound. Starbound's winning that fight.
I don't think Starbound's lost one of those openers yet.
No, I think you're right.
And as a result, okay, the deadlock wall was thrown out into Waterfall again. That one gets spammed out this time. WADA didn't accelerate off of that. Once they realized they were in the numbers, they wanted to slow things down, regroup, and hit together. But the risk is, you're going into the Vice site, and more importantly, Lace is playing right behind that util.
Teleport's ready.
And it turns out Lace is the major problem today. We all thought it'd be Bob. Lo and behold.
I'm worried, though. Astralis has ultimate. And Lace just played that corner. There's a world where Lace just gets picked off by that ability.
A stun will connect. Lace is flashed. An exchange of utility. A handshake, if you will. Meanwhile, unstable down. WADA getting a little bit of space, but Sonder has to connect on it all, finding two, and that's two big ones.
Left.
But WADA still in a position of power. It's Lace and it's Bob. I mean, if there were any two you'd want in a position like this, it would be them. They've evened it down to 2, 18 seconds left. The Spike in a really uncomfortable position. You can't really commit to getting it back down. Bob will fall. Lace left in a 1v2. 13 seconds left. Can you disturb this just enough? A beautiful shot from Starbound. We're going to OT.
A little OT here. You don't mind that in a best of 5 final. Again, one of these rounds won on narrow margins. But Starbound started off with that op pick. Even when things got a little bit dicey, Sonder gets a couple of kills there. It's Starbound to hold the plant through and close it out.
And so when you get into an OT situation like this, Ender, the playbook is reset, right? You almost want to think of it like a new game, no?
Yeah, there's like an instinct where it's like, okay, what was going well for them back on the first half of the game? And then expecting them to tap into that. So FlyQuest, it was a lot of the 3-0-2 play. Unstable finding lurk opportunities. Well, Starbound has switched up the op. That's on A. We only saw that once in the first half of regulation. And this time with the tag is going to find the pick there.
Massive out from Starbound. Glass cannon op.
But that's perfect OT calling. That's exactly what you should be doing. Change the most pivotal piece in your composition. Starbound. Play off that. Find the opener. And now WADA can lean back into the C site with their deadlock stuns.
And look at this setup. The net, both stuns are there. Bob manages to satchel through, but Sonder's dead. And so now you have the tip of the spear completely isolated. I guess that's where you want your duelists to take fights like this. But Astralis continues to hold them back. Kara on the swing, besting the opposing Sentinel. And now a 3v2 for the defense. Lace trying to get the spike down, will succeed. A little bit worse for wear, though. Kara's position has not been detected. It has not been found. That's a big smoke, though. That's going to buy some time. That's going to allow Lace to isolate things, but it doesn't work out their way. Kara's gotten it down to a 1v1, but it's Starbound on the other side. Oh, and it's another belter of a shot from Starbound.
Again, it's like watching the same round over and over. Everything is changing, but Starbound finds the first kill of the round, and Starbound finds the last kill of the round. That's been the difference for WADA. They're finally getting that finisher. Right, this entire map, they've been put in beautiful positions because of their chamber player. And finally now, they're not leaving those gaps in the late round. They're coming up clutch, whether it's Juno with a couple of kills. Starbound holding that angle. Finding a headshot with the op to finish it off. Just a little bit of extra style. That's been the difference for them.
It's also, I mean, yeah, it's been an unreal comeback here from WADA. They're at the finish line. They're a step behind it. They just got to be able to put FlyQuest away.
And they just keep letting Starbound buy these glass ops.
Yeah.
Right? Even on attack, it doesn't matter.
Yep. If it ain't broke.
Oh, it's broken.
Easy there. You see all the utilities set out. Unstable. Swing off the flash. That's not how you want this round to start if you're FlyQuest. The first brick falls. And this time, again, it's Lace! It's Lace! Of course it's Lace! But Starbound on the counter. Power Pixel joining in, and now Raid boss down.
Double flank coming in from FlyQuest. Betting it all on this moment. Paranoia for Kara. Satchels to get active if Bob wants, but it's going to have to start by taking down the op. 1 kill, 2 kills for Dob. They're back in.
Power Pixel, 1v2. The attempt to keep them back, to put them away, will fall. One step short. Double OT on the cards.
Bob is awake. When all the cards are stacked against him, that's again another clutch moment from FlyQuest. And now you keep asking yourself the question of where is Starbound going to be? So much of the game, it was C play. Then it turned into A, the last round of defense. It is this permanent, stressful, beyond stressful guessing game that FlyQuest have to go against, because right now it is the sort of the Thanos card for WADA that is the op in Starbound's hand.
The snap is going to be on the other side of the map, at least early in this round. They can try to speed up into this. They just wanted the orb.
Yeah. I mean, hey, there's high chance Bob is finding a couple kills. Car taking the lurk timing, but FLYR is just jumping around like a maniac.
They've managed to avoid the op. Although I guess it hasn't really mattered because Starbound somehow finds value late in the rounds too. Uh-oh.
I mean, they have to break down Baby Door. This op is in a terrible spot.
Oh, the TP should. Oh! Not able to connect the shot! And now A is wide open. Arya has the Odin. It's gonna show up a little bit late as Astralis hits a filthy shot onto Sonder.
It's not an A hit. They're going back B. Bob's been hanging out the whole time. Trying to walk back in.
Keep an eye on Juna. Up close here. Bob, you might bite off a bit more than you could chew.
Spike planted.
It's Juna standing tall.
Hey, Doug, I'll raise you a Juna lurk. Right now, Lace is outside of A finding a kill. Juna's been hunted down. Lace finds 3. FlyQuest are doing the damn thing. Sleepy Arya back onto site. A one-on-one now is going to try and stick it to half.
There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Arya has to take a step back, not able to get it that far. And now you have a stun you have to deal with too. Managing to dodge that has to take a fight to Lace. And that's exactly what Arya does.
How is she moving like that? She's got this giant Odin in her hands, and it's like she weighs nothing. It's like she's in 0G. Sleepy Arya, they are just next level.
Anyone have any speed?
Last player standing.
It's like the one agent we haven't talked about very much here in this game, this map, excuse me, has been the Raises. But since we've hit OT, it's like they both have just decided they're going to take over the game.
Now we wait.
I don't even know what to think anymore. Bob is going glass cannon up. Now on defense, she's going to be playing front B site. Trying to get posted all the way up. You have to imagine, because FlyQuest are playing so actively into sand. They've gone for some flanks in these later rounds, but WADA have been ready for it.
Yeah, there's a stun line here on B if they decide to go that way, but the door has been broken. And now vision towards A. Quiet across the site. Oh, they're going back into the op line. Ender, if they go into this, the stun is ready. The shot connects, and there's the stun for the second, but the satchel away keeps him alive. A lag onto Arya. And now we're reset, but be careful with the C crunch. So much space has been taken from Starbound towards A as well. If they can rotate back, they're going to find a lot of that side open.
WADA are going to have to call themselves back into A, but already FlyQuest are anticipating this. Sonder will have a stun online not too far away. 3 players rotating over. I mean, at this point, there's no way to go back into the B site without dealing with Bob.
But they're going to try.
30 seconds left.
Do they try to go back B? They have to go so far up to clear this. Oh, the shot doesn't connect. But now they know where a lot of the threat is. There are 20 seconds left here. They have to decide where they're going to go. A deep smoke out towards B. It seems like Astralis is going to be late as they want to end B. And I don't know how is that a missed shot from Bob. Still the defense in a really comfortable position. But Astralis snatches it back. There's no time for the plant though. They've got to go out and win the fight and they can't. Triple OT in play.
Unbelievable.
Switching sides.
The op purchase from Bob works out. It finds them the first kill. It puts a stranglehold on WADA where they can't really exec anywhere. Even then, they almost made it happen. I just actually can't believe these rounds we're seeing from these two teams. This decision, I mean, FlyQuest just put it all on the line. Saunders literally running it down to just get the headshot on the planter. Stop the spike from going down, and it worked.
Right. Right. And so now FlyQuest will call a timeout. We're tied at 14.
I mean, Doug, Lace is about to drop a 30 bomb.
Yeah.
Whew. Take a breather. I mean, these are the moments where, like, we're getting excited, but the players are too, right? It's now exhausting. And you're looking at potentially playing multiple more hours of this, too.
Right.
Winning this game is the most important thing, too, but so much of the time it's just about bringing your heart rate down, because when rounds are this close, one after another, right? When everything is riding on moments like this, it is so easy for that heart rate to pick up, and then your next shot, it's a whiff every time. You have to be able to focus down and lock in. And that's going to be the challenge. The team that wins is going to be the team that locks in and keeps it calm.
FlyQuest on the attack, triple OT. The demand for stability, ever present here. Paranoia invested really early. And a drone getting a lot of space towards A, but I don't think it tagged, and so they're going to fill him behind this. Unstable set back behind the wall.
Now they've got until about 45 seconds. WADA can lean back heavier over towards B, since FlyQuest chose not to break that down. But this reclear is going to be everything. Will they take out Starbound?
It's Starbound with the op, a TP away.
Okay.
Not
but now they know where that op is. Front B, Bob gets the pick. And that just, that chokes out the round, because in 10 seconds, the deadlock wall on A is coming down. Now that FlyQuest aren't accelerating into the B site, there's just holes in this defense.
Yeah, and Bob just cleared the trip out B, which makes the hole even bigger.
I mean, Doug, there's lurks into C, into B, and 3 players going into A. Eventually, FlyQuest, they're going to go through Baby Door into this B site, and if Lace hears footsteps off of C, that is an easy pick onto the operator, which he just heard is still there.
Left.
Smoke is just a bit late. And the timing window has been found. Juna has to back up. They're trying to jump away. Bob's on the hunt.
Beautiful.
Bob will find
And now
their
here goes Lace. Look, Lace is on the hunt. She's ready for it. FlyQuest with a perfect macro round. Completely dismantle WADA.
A gorgeous display of the attack side on Lotus. Astralis is still up. A 2v4 now. There's an Odin in the hands of the defense. Power Pixel trying to spam through. Now netted, now slowed. I mean, how do they get into this? I don't think they can.
They don't.
No,
They simply don't.
Yeah.
You think about round 30, and you think about another OT after that. Genuinely, I am blown away by how FlyQuest played that round. Yeah, yes, Bob getting that pick is what really breaks it apart, but their composure. Again, when you're approaching round 30 in a map, right? To be able to call that patient of a macro round, enable your solo players to find their timings, find their lurks, and work it down to very little time on the clock. That gives me a lot of faith in FlyQuest moving forward.
Now, we're in a position where, if memory serves me correctly, this will be the first time FlyQuest has the advantage. WADA has had the opportunity to put them away two times now.
Yeah.
But now, it's FlyQuest with the advantage.
Last time was the last round of regulation. FlyQuest again looking for these flanks. That's been the big pivot towards the end of this game.
They've got him huddled in. All of that A main space, and you have the wall that's out towards B, so you know they haven't gone up that far. They can fully train in on C here.
Will WADA find the opening of door? There is a vice wall on B, so they can't quick accelerate.
Right.
They could increase the pressure big time.
Starbound has answered the call for WADA every single time. They're just waiting.
They're waiting too long. They can't accelerate in here because the Vi's util because of a paranoia. And the stall is just going to be brutal.
What? That's the first one. Do they reset off?
What?
No, they continue to push the pace. Now that's
Watch
Cora
Lace.
dead.
Spike down. Listening.
The
They've
side
done it.
is theirs.
Once again, WADA
30 seconds
have
left.
found a way into a site here.
There.
FlyQuest back again on the same flank.
Spike planted.
I am losing my mind. What do Sandra and Bob do here? I mean, there's full utility,
time-
sure, but
Last time Bob got a couple of kills, then satcheled into the site. Well, that's one.
hey,
That's
now
two.
a couple.
And she's got a satchel.
One enemy
So
remaining.
far, there's no freaking way!
One enemy remaining.
Astralis, 1v2, and now the ult's gonna connect. Oh, we're gonna go again in the silliest of ways.
These rounds are not real, I swear to you. Another Red Bull clutch from a 4 versus 2, by the way, that FlyQuest nearly get themselves back in with.
They're getting their money's worth today, Red Bull is.
Yo, Masters Bangkok is looking crazy right now.
One enemy remaining.
Unreal from Astralis.
Yeah, getting that kill opens up
Yeah.
the ultimate.
Yeah.
I mean, without that ult, I don't think Bob is losing that fight. I'm going to be honest with you.
Right, and so we reset for, I've lost count. I think we're in quadruple OT at this point. That's a really aggressive. Oh, it's not. Oh, it didn't get checked.
All missiles away.
I think it must have just seen because the blast is coming in. The full read on Sleepy Aria. They're down. By the way, Doug, Bob is now glass-opping on attack.
Right.
Like, remember earlier I was like, I'm pretty sure she's just taking these ego fights to like feel better. No, she's right back in it.
Yeah.
And she just wants to be better than Starbound.
Not better than Astralis right now.
It does make accelerating the sights a little bit more awkward, especially as the flood starts to come in from WADA.
They're separated here. They still have 2 members of the defense. One towards B and then one still back C.
Get it.
Spike not planted yet. If you're WADA out here, you want to regroup before you go, surely.
Their utility to get back on site is miserable, though. No paranoia.
You're right.
The Tejo util's all been used. They just have to take raw aim fights, and FlyQuest are giving them to it.
Starbound trading back onto Lace. That's a big one, though, for Sonder. And at this point, we stay on Starbound's
Oh,
POV,
is he heaven?
surely.
Okay, Kara. Getting a little cute with it.
Switching sides. Match point.
I was real concerned there. I thought I saw a judge, and I thought they were going to stick with it. But they go back to 4 Vandals, 4 full armor, and then glass cannon on both sides. Arya with Odin. I feel like the efficacy... yeah. You feel like the Odin is still the play here?
I think the way WADA play, it sort of is. I do think the Odin is super annoying in post plants. It limits what they can do for opening fights, but already you have Starbound taking those anyways. Like, ideally, yes, you'd rather have a rifle in your Raze's hands, but this is just the way that Sleep Area likes to play.
Kara, playing a very dangerous game, TPing away. Takes a little damage for it.
I do like that Starbound's hanging out towards A this round.
Yeah.
I think WADA realized that FlyQuest have been creeping up on the flanks, and WADA have just been doing a lot of 5 hits, so leaving the operator over here is smart. Unfortunately, I think FlyQuest aren't overextending because every other round they've seen Starbound fighting with the rest of the pack.
Yeah.
So they've got to know some funny business is underway.
This is dangerous from Astralis. Very dangerous. I mean, what's the play here? You don't dry swing this? What?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, because your name's Starbound and you're just better than everyone else.
Oh, Bobble's gonna get 2.
Bob's off has not had impact. Saunders waiting, though. That's an impressive kill to find. The rest of WADA, they're starting to flood on in. Saunders somehow, though, has slipped through.
30 seconds left.
Far ahead of everything. They're gonna use the smoke to
Hey, Lace is
creep
on site,
out.
Doug.
Yeah.
Lace has worm smokes.
Playing their position just so carefully, just so cautiously. The spam kills them. Lace not able to provide any value. Meanwhile, Starbound getting another. Kara and Sable are going to be late to the party. They're not just late. It seems like they weren't invited. They've both taken damage. They both have rifles. But there's still an Odin in the hands of Arya. There's still an Op in the hands of Starbound. Well, there was an Odin in the hands of Arya.
That was a bit of a silly swing.
Yes, it was.
An angle's been opened up now, but Starbound's still there.
The safe and steady hands of Starbound will secure
They lined up
the
for
situation.
it. There was a world, Doug. There was a world.
I mean, we had 2. There was worlds like that in that round, and to go to... Is this 5? Is this 6?
This is going to be 5. Yeah. Math. 12 plus 4 is 16.
One,
Yeah,
2, 3,
I know how to do. Yeah, okay. You're doing it on the fingers, Doug.
Yeah,
Is that?
I whipped out the calculator. Thank you very much.
Texas Instruments at play.
TI-83. Okay, we're done. We're nerds. We're done. No
All right.
up this time on the side of FlyQuest.
Thank you. I seriously think it's been limiting what FlyQuest can do. Bob hasn't quite been finding the shot that slowed down their attacking side. Now Unstable's been spotted by that drone, though. Arya also has a rifle in hand. I think even on defense, it's been primarily Odin. So our raises are back to normalcy. But look at these two lurkers creeping up. Juna catches the perfect timing. And it's going to take their sweet time.
WADA with the numbers advantage.
Oh, that utility is nasty.
What?
Wait.
Bomb buddy out.
I don't know how Bob hits that shot.
Oh, Bob can push forward on the reload on the last bullet.
Right.
That just chalks the round.
I
By the way, there's an op front B. You can't rotate out of A or you get torched.
No smokes. Nothing. Again, it's Starbound consistently delivering. Ooh.
30 seconds left.
Bullet buzzing by their ear. Now Sonder trading it back. The spike is still in a bit of disarray here. They don't know where they want to commit to.
WADA have rotated all three players into Waterfall, though. That might be faster than FlyQuest are anticipating.
Arya has satchels. Pixel has missiles. Arya satchels, missiles out. The swing is through. Arya connects. So does Pixel. WADA for I don't know how many times at this point. I've lost count. In a position to put FlyQuest away.
I think this will be their third no-T, having the advantage moving on forward.
Third? Yeah.
Yeah, the last two haven't gone their way, but they were clutch, right, in these late round moments. I mean, Bob was doing all the right things there, just unfortunate on that last bullet.
33 from Lace, 31 from Starbound.
It's silly. Once again, this op taking that ego fight.
Yeah, and this time the Odin too, back in the hands of Arya.
FlyQuest are playing a pretty absent A site. Lace and Bob are going to rotate back into stairs for a refight. But this is faster than WADA have shown, really, the last few attacking rounds.
Want to tap of the door to bait a little bit?
Yeah, the thing is, Saunders been holding stun this entire time, so I really think WADA are trying to pull out that ability.
Yeah.
And they can't exec until it's been used, really.
I mean, they're committing. They're all huddled up in tree. I don't think this is baiting it out. They've put their chips on the table. What's the play here? They're fully committing. The paranoia is out, but it's not going to connect onto anyone. Lace getting the best of
Look at that stun!
Swing. Lace gets two. Bob gets another. That's three for Lace. And that's another OT on the cards. A flawless round as we're tied at 17.
And that, my friends, is why you can't pull that exec when Breach has been holding stun all round. I mean, yeah, Lace finds that beautiful timing into the smoke even while paranoid. But the fact that all four other players are stunned into paint shell, into double swung, from stairs, from backside, everything, you just don't have a single chance versus that ability.
No contest here against Starbound. Towards C.
Oh, that's a fun angle.
That is different. Yep.
Starbound hasn't been too active past this sand space because obviously they don't want to go out of range of their teleport.
They've got to be right on the edge right now. Surely. Yeah.
And it'll be another re-clear look here. But this is a more forward angle than we've seen.
Right in between Car's eyes.
There's no smoke anymore, Doug. There's no Sonder stun to speed up into the site. Lace is off sides. So they've got to take their time almost, but if they do that, the rotates are going to come in.
Early paranoia from Juna.
And they stall out.
Yeah. There's just still a lot of map to be playing.
Truthfully, Doug, it's again going to come down to Lace. Now, B site is gapped right now. WADA, they're going to leave that open and allow the plant to go in. They know they can win this retake, especially in a 5-on-3 now.
Juna just used the smoke B, but they were already ahead of it. They've cleared it out. That was the last smoke they had. Sonder commits to getting the spike down. And Ari is trying to do their best to deal with the aggression. A filthy shot out onto Unstable. Lace and Sonder, a 2v5.
Has ult.
Always enough
But
to
Power
make
Cell's
you
here.
believe. Lace is left in a 1v3 now. Off the stun, 6 bullets left. Make that 4. Starbound will get the 3rd, and WADA again will take the lead in OT.
Surely this is the one they close, right?
Surely.
Switching sides. Match.
Once again, I mean, Starbound has just been such a consistent problem. The chamber pick, they're basically one-tricking at this point for the team. No team has found a consistent answer into it throughout this entire tournament.
Launching storm. Rippling there. Blinding crack.
This is different. Look! What? It's a snap out from Bob! But Starbound again is always on the counter, and this might be it.
Sonder gets into this position. This could be everything, but spotted out. The double swing comes in. WADA, it's a 4v2 again.
And Lace is still alive, but this one might just be too much. This might be out of reach. Starbound with the op. What do Lace and Kara do here?
There's a paranoia. There's a Teo stun.
That's it,
That's
though. You're just begging for a mistake here. I mean, you're preying on a mistake.
That could be good.
Go ahead. Stand.
Not good enough, I'm afraid. They are very weak, though. But so is Lace. 7 HP, looking for any target that she can find, and that's a big one found. It's going to be Kara left in a 1v2. Juna spotted. Juna settles. WADA win map to 19-17.
Yeah, not even close, man. I mean, just a 2-0 as expected right now. Obviously, WADA, they're coming in through the upper bracket, so you'd expect them to be running away with this.
Brother, FlyQuest were up 10-5. And we just...
Unbelievable.
I don't know how many rounds we just played. It was a
36.
Lot.
Yeah, again, I got my TI down under the camera.
Unbelievable. We still have more maps to play. I think we're going to talk about this. I'm sure the desk is going to talk about this too, but my question, my eyes goes towards how do FlyQuest bounce back from that? Because that stings. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, it only took 6 rounds of overtime to finally get a winner for our second map in the series. WADA 19-17. Oh my god, I thought that wasn't going to end at a point here, Jen. Honestly, like, it kept going and going. It was super fun to watch, but ew, like, I was tired watching that. How are the players faring right now?
And that's exactly what Ender brought up. Like, you need to stay calm in those overtime situations. Like, that went so long, we were going to see Vance turn 40 again. Like, it's just, like, so crazy.
He'd be retiring out here.
Yeah, and WADA take it. And, you know, there were some chokes, some fumbles, but they're a team that come off to me as one that blossoms late, like 5 years late.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you guys talking? Because my old age, I had to take a nap. I had to take a nap because that game took so long. But no, honestly, it did have a lot of back and forth. But I have to be honest, looking at this game, I feel that this game should have been like a 13-7 already for WADA in the first place. So when Doug was asking, how do you actually bounce back being FlyQuest? I think you still have a lot of confidence knowing that there were so many situations and scenarios that you were able to capitalize on so many of WADA's fumbles. I had them written down. It was like the fumble defuse, the fumble on the plant, the 3v1 against Lace on the pistol round, the 1v1 with the salvos when you had Power Pixelate play against Unstable, the 5 versus 3 fumble on round 15. Like, there was so many opportunities for them to close out such a strong half for WADA, and even a strong game, that it was actually here FlyQuest able to come back in these moments in lower numbers.
The way that you just had the receipts of all those
hater.
and it just kept going.
At that point, I was, I know, you know, but you had to. I mean, look at this. Look at the amount of first kills that they had. 25-11. I forgot, I'm not good at math like Ender, so I have to pull my TI calculator, but it was at least 30 rounds. There was still so many first bloods in favor of WADA that they couldn't convert at that moment. So FlyQuest had so many good hero plays.
And I think this WADA team, though, really revolved around leveraging that chamber. And we talked about the Lotus. What a perfect pick for exactly that for Starbound. I mean, this chamber has been picked every single map in Kickoff. And I thought it was huge to go to Lotus because there's so many options of sites to surprise FlyQuest with. Because first, that, you know, I'll be good cop here of I really like the good early pressure on Mound with the op on C defense, even investing down to 0, no armor. That's how much they relied on Starbound to really condition the enemy. And their ability to get picks, being able to move around the map. It wasn't just the one and done at the beginning. Like, they provided value until the end.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about Starbound at this point because they were doing the absolute boss thing for the team. Getting first blood, second bloods, these pushes. At first, like we were talking about this head-to-head between Starbound and a chamber and what this comp came out, especially with Lace out on a Tejo on what was the plan to try to push Starbound away. So we talked about the Starbound C-mount pushes, but then we also saw a lot of defaulting from the double initiator on that side just to make sure that you have the op down on a cooldown at least. But then you notice that at the time that they were also using the salvos at the same place, the fault lines at the same place. So Starbound was kind of like, I don't know, Tom Cruise in Day After Tomorrow, where they're just coming back for the next round and they're avoiding all that utility and getting first bloods on top of that. So Starbound definitely was popping off at that point and giving the most chances as possible here for WADA to really close things out. Well, it should have been a cleaner fashion, but thankfully 33? They did towards the end.
33% is crazy.
Crazy stuff. I mean, we had set up at like Bob for FlyQuest being like big bad boss, the final boss of it all, but it really felt in this match like Starbound was that person. The DLC just dropped Starbound. I mean, when almost half of the first bloods for the team come from one individual player, or if there's a round still going on and Starbound's alive, there is the possibility that WADA is about to clutch it. It was just absolutely crazy. So love to see that little bit of revenge coming on out. I mean, Starbound absolutely popping off here up against FlyQuest Red, and yeah, now for the series, that's FlyQuest down 2 in the series after 6 rounds of overtime on their map pick, Jen. That's a little grim.
Yeah, it's a best of 5. potentially could be ending this night pretty quick, even though that overtime lasted about 3 games worth. But I hope FlyQuest are able to bounce back. I just want to applaud really their resilience to turn around a lot of these. Like, I was laughing with Vans of like, oh, FlyQuest would get first blooded, second blooded. It's like, no, they almost play better in 3v5s because they would win a lot of those rounds in 3v5s. So like that experience comes in of them being able to stay calm, cool, and collected. But that's really got to be tilting to lose that in overtime, when that at times could have been turnable for them, even though we're off of miracles.
Especially when Lace was having like the pop-up game of the series so far. Like she was doing so good as well on the tail, just like Power Pixelate has in the first 2 maps that they were using that agent. So I gotta give praise to Power Pixelate at that point. There was also the question, the conversation with Doug and Ender went during that cast when they're like, hey, is it those moments where you kind of need Bob to pop off here to see FlyQuest kind of win? You kind of do, right? Because you look back into those scenarios where Bob was getting picked a little bit earlier on, and then they were still converting 3v5s, but then in the OT, Bob went glass cannon up, started owning things up, and then overall, you started to see more of a brawl that went back and forth in those moments in overtime. Whereas if you actually did have Bob activate at the very beginning with everybody else, that maybe could have been a story that was going to be in favor of FlyQuest in the first place. But that's also for WADA to make sure that they're able to keep that composure going into the rest of the series, that if they actually are able to open up with these first bloods, that they absolutely have to close them.
I mean, FlyQuest Red, after that map, after an overtime that goes on so long, if Bob definitely is cooking up for this next match, then that's going to be absolutely great for FlyQuest Red, of course. But when you see a map that was so close because of Lace, then do you need both of them to start popping off up against this Starbound who is now going crazy? Like, where does that math end, Jen?
I don't know. I felt like FlyQuest have just been a team. It's been a team effort. Like, yeah, Lace has had a couple of those clutch moments, and FlyQuest turning around those 3v5s tells me that this is a team that talked to each other and worked the round together. But we're going up to Split next, and this is where I look towards Bob to be that shining star back on the race again. They had 5 first kills, but also 8 first deaths. So you really are living and dying by the Bob, and I want to see the 40 kill Bob happen again. And if it doesn't, that's the end of the road for FlyQuest.
I mean, the fact that you're putting it as simple as if we're not seeing 40 bomb, like 40 bomb. Oh, say that 5 times fast. That's crazy. But that's also just that's a lot of pressure on one person's shoulder. And I feel too for FlyQuest Red that there is even maps that Bob was popping off and they still lost. So this needs to be the team effort. Let's head over to the agent select, talk a little bit more about it, because there was a couple of rounds on that last map where they had some fantastic plays. I want to see them kind of rely on that as opposed to just, okay, clutching when we're down in numbers here. But agent select fans, we've gotten to see these teams decently recently. We do have tape on them. It's a question of whether things get swapped up here today in the grand finals.
Both teams have been quite dominant on this map already. We're talking about 13-2s and 13-1s for both WADA and FlyQuest. And FlyQuest has pulled out the breach on this map, and we saw the value of what Sonder was able to do. She was also kind of like an unsung hero, maybe not lighting up here on the scoreboard, but she was like at least 20 assists going in that previous map. So the value that she brings around the fault lines and the flashes to activate the rest of the retake was really good here for FlyQuest. So I want to see this continue forward, but there's no change for both of the sides, for both of the teams in terms of their agent compositions for this map. So we'll have to see now if they could actually stop Starbound.
Yeah, then how can you? Because Starbound dropped 21-4 on the last time they went to Split, and Juna's going away from the Clove and back to the Omen. And this was something that, speaking of unsung heroes, that was Juna for me in that last round, dropping over 20 assists on the Omen on Lotus. That's difficult to do, and the amount of delay that they created on defense, and I hope they can still do that on Split.
I mean, looking at this match, it's just, if Starbound's getting the first kill in these FlyQuest Red, it's going to be tough for them. And last time they played Starbound, it wasn't the 11 first kills that they managed to get last map, but still 6. There's a lot of pressure there. It's time to see now, though, if FlyQuest Red can live up to that pressure, take down Split, and take us into a 4th map. We're in the grand finals, if this is going to be WADA in 3. Back over to your casters, Ender and Doug.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I think questions have to go back to what's the mental for FlyQuest going into this. How do you forget that you lost a 5-round lead in Lotus? How do you forget that you lost 5-6 rounds of OT? And then how do you forget the fact that if you want to win this out, Ender, you have to win 3 maps in a row?
Yeah, especially being a team that is so new, these pieces being put together, that know they've already lost a best of 3 to this team, now trailing two maps already, when they have the map disadvantage coming into it.
Yeah.
Seems like everything is sort of stacked up against this FlyQuest Red team.
Oftentimes, though, that's where silly things happen.
Sure.
So
We like it a little silly here.
I'm afraid we might. We do tend to end up in that position. So we'll see. WADA on the attacking side. We talked about Starbound a ton, and well, for good reason. Back on that chamber. I wonder how fast they're going to want to play this. How much of their focus, how much of their attention is going to be put around the middle of the map too. That's snappy. Yep. Dude, I saw
It's the same story.
I saw Starbound step into that, and I knew it was going to happen. Now Starbound has gotten 2 already.
Yeah, they're just a little bit better on this agent. You saw in the last map 25 opening kills compared to 11. That's team-wide, but almost all of them are Starbound, and it starts off in very much the same fashion on Split.
Unreal. I mean, exactly how you want to start if you're WADA, and unfortunately, it's really hard to put the last 2 maps in the rearview mirror if that's how this is starting for FlyQuest. They got from Lace, though. Bringing things back a little bit. Arya and Juna are both weak, and they both fall almost instantly, but start down with 3 on the round. It's Sonder left in a 1v2 with a classic in hand. Time is short. Position given away. Starbound plays that perfectly. And there's just not enough time in Ace and iBot Power Ace to start things off for WADA. But more importantly, the performance that Starbound continues to put on from one map to the next is outrageous.
It's unbelievable. We're sitting at a point right now where Starbound is just dominating the entire server.
Yeah.
And this is a series where, when you look at the last time these two teams faced off, Starbound was the only positive player, KD-wise, on their team when they won the series. And it's because Bob was putting up ridiculous numbers. But that series, Bob was the player. Now Starbound has completely usurped that title and has already started running away with it on what could be the final map.
There was so much hope going into the first map, and then plenty of reason to be excited in map 2. And then again, Starbound happened. So still plenty of map to play out here, though. If you're FlyQuest, any damage here, I mean, you're looking for any moral victory you can find.
Yeah, especially WADA did buy up. They actually went 5 guns in this round.
Oh, they did, yeah.
So it'll matter. The main thing I'm looking at is like, oh, could Starbound actually get a kill or 2? Could we have a round 3 chamber off? Because if that's the world we're living in, then we're looking at a potential runaway situation in these early rounds.
Couple of members from the defense over towards B.
Hold on, 40 seconds left. Sandra has stun. There's low HP bars. Okay.
But there's Power Pixel with a Bulldog.
I don't know how Lace is getting that kill, but all good. Don't know how Bob is getting 2 with the Sheriff. Just when it seems simple, once it seems solved, Bob changes the entire equation.
Astralis is left in a 1v1, 40 HP, unstable on the other side with the Sheriff in hand, the tap of the spike, waiting, baiting the swing. But Astralis has no idea, and Astralis has to be careful. 12 seconds left. This round is unstable. Weapon has been upgraded, but it wasn't even required.
Well, that's certainly a way to get the excitement back in the FlyQuest camp.
Yeah, I've got to mention what you called out, Ender. That was a full investment from WADA.
Yeah, there's no chance of a hero rifle this round. Starbound did not find the kills to get an op. No. And again, it comes down to, and we've seen this on all the maps, really, that WADA played. They stall out in their rounds a lot. And they stall and go for these 5-player hits into a site. It's not like they're stalling to like let someone lurk and open something up and rotate into them. We've seen a lot of that out of FlyQuest. But really, FlyQuest have sort of called these macro choices of WADA by creeping up on the extremities and then punishing with just good stall utility.
Nice swing out from Unstable to clean up Power Pixel. Understand that Starbound is in a pretty bad position.
Cage triggered.
You don't really have the punch back like FlyQuest did in the previous
Hey
round.
Doug,
with the sheriffs
look
and
at
what
mid
have you.
right now. Look at Kara. Kara's behind them in mid. I know we're killing
Right.
people in A main too, but like again, FlyQuest continue to punish the extremities of WADA. We saw it all throughout the end of Lotus, right? And it worked really well for them. And again, they're doing it here because I think they're starting to realize how much WADA are hurting and how effective these flanks can end up being.
I mean, surely if you're WADA here, even just having that play out the way that it did in round 3 calls for an adjustment on how you're playing your attacking side.
100%.
30 seconds
Like,
left.
okay, well, do Starbound and Astralis have to just hold the extremities more? Do we need to go for more of our own lurks?
1-3-1s, yeah.
Yeah, like how much are FlyQuest sort of like pushing up immediately versus, you know, once they see all the players? Those are the questions they're going to be asking themselves and realize how big those gaps actually end up being. Because it's worth pointing out, they're not playing, you know, a true Cypher, right? Deadlock doesn't have great flank watch. The chamber is minimal. You're sort of expected to be your own turret, in a way, fighting lines, stopping people from pushing up on you.
I took care of it.
All right, back to guns for both sides.
Let's start this party.
Ult's starting to peak for WADA, but same goes for
Look at this
FlyQuest
fight,
here.
Doug. Stun ready to go into A main.
And they're still not adjusting how they're playing their attack. They're not 1-3-1ing. They're not leaving a 1-4. It's just all 5A.
Yeah, and you know, you're not necessarily hurt. Hold on, more ultimates coming in. Oh my god! The humanity, Doug! The humanity!
A flawless round for FlyQuest as they get to 3, and we talked about it a ton. How would they bounce back? They have. It looks like they've fully forgotten about maps 1 and maps 2.
Oh my word. Bob didn't even have to use the rocket. That's a tail ult. The stun, I mean, that is just destruction. And you're right, you know, WADA, they're 5-hitting, and, you know, usually you're not punished going for a 5-hit like that, because, you don't have to worry about the flanks if you just hard exact.
Right.
The problem is they got stalled out so far in advance, there's nothing they can do.
Right, yeah. They literally had no option. They had no opportunity.
Some more orb maxing on Sonder there with a similar round pushing up into A main. I like it from FlyQuest, although Kara is weak. All the way in the backside of B with teammates trying to flood in, but they're blocked off by the wall.
Wait, you popped the ult on the other side of the wall. Kara's still trying to hold back sight. Arya doing their best in succeeding at getting the best of the controller. And now weapon has been upgraded. Right.
Throwing net.
That's a good net. It's a better shot out from Untable though. Now the ult used. Missiles out, spike planted. Just a couple members left now. It's all onto Arya. Has a rifle, triple swung, no shot.
It got a bit uncomfortable, I would say, for FlyQuest. They ended up having to commit 2 ultimates into that play. I'm really unsure what happened with Bob up in heaven. Because you're right, it looks like they were stalled out behind the wall. But still, FlyQuest, they win that eco round. And genuinely, because of Sonder's orb maxing, that's going to be online here too to try and fight back a bit against WADA. Now, WADA, they're going to have 4 ults coming up online. So like these next 2-3 rounds, we need WADA to put some numbers on the board, which is why I almost love this decision from FlyQuest. A 3rd round in a row of an A main fight? I mean, who does this?
FlyQuest will try. And there is some presence here. Oh, we're talking half a second, man.
FlyQuest choosing not to commit off of this. They've left 2D site completely open this time. Kara playing audio in mid. Those 3 players that pushed up are going to rotate back in, re-clear through mid. Unstable still over towards A, and this rocket's going to find no one on the site.
By a little bit of time, though, and by a little bit of space, are they all going to reflank mid?
At least a few of them.
All right, it seems like they're thinking twice about it.
Yeah, they've got to make noise up in
divided.
heaven to pull players away from B main. Otherwise, it's too obvious.
Astralis is watching it, though. Astralis is ready for it. With the rifle in hand, they've got a stun, too, and the op that they can play around, but everybody's tagged up. Now they've got the paranoia, and that's going to hit literally everybody. 3 members there, and they're all cooked! It's another disaster. Astralis flashed.
What?
Sonder was 2. Astralis wins the fight out. June is left in a 1v2. Excuse me, a 2v2 with Astralis in hand. Now it's Astralis in the 1v2. Lace wins that duel out. FlyQuest full steam ahead.
Yo, these are some of the funniest rounds I've ever seen, man. Like, I'm pretty sure Saunders full blinded, and as a result, sprints completely past the Deadlock ultimate. That still ends up dying. These rounds are just pure chaos, but it's because FlyQuest are choosing to make the chaos out of it. Right, they had the Deho blast going into main, off of a Paranoia, off of a Breach flash, like, it was kind of unrelenting as those players were flooding in from heaven, and it really ended up working for them.
That goes there.
So everyone predicted FlyQuest up 5-1 in map 3, right? Just like this?
Yeah, I don't think so exactly. Yeah, no, chat was definitely favoring WADA.
Yeah. You can hear the jump spot back there. That's a kill found. Starbound has, I mean, mind you, there haven't been a ton of opportunities with how bellicose FlyQuest have chosen to play this half, but Starbound has not had the same value outside of the first round that they had in map 2.
Yeah, it's been tough just to have a money or a round with some money for Starbound, or a round where they're not being sort of flooded by utility, because FlyQuest and WADA both have just decided to go pure team fights. Here we go, though. Another one execing into the site. I mean, this Bucky is goofy. What? Astralis is dying to a fall damage? Ari is down like the troll under the bridge? Like, what is going on?
This is, yeah. Okay. PowerPixel has ult. June has ult. Opt for Starbound. Back on a bye.
Are these guys the bouncers? No one's allowed in there? What's going on here?
I wouldn't mess with them.
Yeah, I kind of want to know what's behind that door, but not enough to tango. All right, WADA, they finally spread out. They're gonna let Starbound work this A space. They saved up for an operator. The rest of the team is gonna pull some attention, but there's gonna be a fight here. Bob's already stepped into the space.
You gotta connect. There's nothing to take him off this line. And Bob gets punished for it. Big from Arya.
I mean, that B-side's open. And Astralis had already taken the timing into mid. That was a super aggressive push from the Sentinel. Gonna hear all 3 of those footsteps rotating back into CT, so WADA have a perfect position to play this out from.
For half a second, I thought that was PowerPixel ulting that line. Not the case. Sonder in a 1v4. Spam through the box. That's 4 for Arya. Just WADA finally cauterize the bleeding.
Yeah, you know, I don't love using that Teho ult there. I think a bit ambitious, thinking they could get back into sight, but FlyQuest should realize that that deadlock wall is going up in heaven almost every single round, so unless they're breaking that and putting some pressure up into mid, into male, into B heaven, like, there's no way you can get out of the CT choke point.
This time, the op line is going to be challenged. At least what has been the traditional op line, and they're starting to see some of that investment of utility around it, guessing as to where it might be if it's Starbound's back A.
Look at WADA just run, though. I think this is a lot better calling from them. They're just spotting out the early aggression, instantly dodging away from it. Now an Omen ult into sight. To realize there's no one actually on.
Yeah, but there's nothing. This is dangerous.
Oh, dear.
This has worked out quite well, though. Lace is the only one who's been able to punish. So Spike is going to get scooped back up, a wall towards heaven. And now, an advantageous situation for WADA.
Yeah, this wall is going to be up for the majority of the post plant.
Going out.
Bob hasn't chosen to break it, instead trying to maybe boost up over it. Has an angle. Oh no, the timing there. Just barely misses the chance for the kill onto Astralis, and now that's all Starbound needed to get the walk onto ramp to close out the round.
I do think, too, for as much as we talk about, you know, WADA, okay, that's now 2 rounds in a row. I think the way they're getting these rounds is arguably more important and more impactful than the fact that they're getting rounds to begin with. I think if Starbound can continue to find value off the attack side up, Arya gets back online and kind of forgets about the lackluster performance that they had on map 2. This could be full steam ahead for WADA.
Yeah, I think the big adjustment FlyQuest probably need to make is to stop showing so much utility at the start of rounds. WADA have just been avoiding that entirely after they got completely exploded. You know, it worked for FlyQuest, but now it's time to have some different looks. Go for some trap plays. Sonder did use the stun this round, but in 30 more seconds, they could set up for something off of that again. Even this round, I think, off of Sonder's contact in heaven, Bob has the ultimate to sort of rip out events and pick off mid
All
players.
missiles away.
The drone is going to clear out mid.
Yeah. It's a much better round from FlyQuest. And the fact that in 10
Agreed.
seconds they're going to have breach done again means that now it's time to potentially start walking?
This is danger. Yep. That's Starbound too, and now the ult used. There's still plenty of time left in the round, so it's not fully thrown into disarray.
No, but it is, though, because now Bob realizes she can just walk fully into sewers and catch these players going into sight.
I was hoping that they would pivot, maybe, but you're absolutely right. Power Pixel has fallen. Unstable's the anchor that will not be moved on A.
Could they go B? I don't even think they realize it. Now they certainly can't.
No.
30 seconds
There was a
left.
window there, but I think you're right. I don't know that they realized it. A flawless round for FlyQuest as they get to 7.
I'll take back what is mine.
So, WADA struggle a little bit more with that slow round. You've got to shout out Unstable finding that kill. I don't know if they saw a shoulder with their camera and then peeked into that angle for the next jiggle or what exactly, but regardless, it was a nice shot.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
It sort of continues to be the Lace and Unstable show.
Yeah.
That was very evident back on Lotus. They've been having a very consistent couple of maps.
Arya satcheling forward, has the ult, but now with post-sat was used towards A. Not able to use those in conjunction.
Wow. Cancels the ultimate, pulls out another one. It's a 1-for-1, but WADA we're not committing off of that.
No.
This is a much better look for WADA because they use that fake pressure to now open up the mid lurks. We've seen Astralis get into heaven multiple times so far this map. Get one here and the B-side's yours.
There was one. Lace falls. Kara still staying back on site, and there's no way Kara gets away with more than that. I thought for a second there was an opportunity, but Starbound's up. Sings another tune of success. Sonder on the spam. Choosing to play this one very interestingly. The TP all the way across. Starbound holding line with op.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Sure, that's the shot you hit. And so now Unstable's left in a 1v2, but they're getting their ones. Starbound left alone, 35 HP, hits a shot with the op, the 3K. And we're still the silly is still happening, Ender. It's still happening.
It just keeps going. I don't even understand. Like the fact that first Sonder is putting FlyQuest in a position to come back there. The fact that it's coming down to 1-2 bullets. I mean, even here, there was a moment where Kara very nearly caught the timing. That reposition was really smart. Just couldn't quite find the shot. Here, good patience out of Starbound. Isn't baited the first time.
You want to play? Let's play.
After what was they were up what 6-1
Yeah.
to potentially 7-5. All right. Ult was used, op for Starbound, which is interesting way to invest that.
Wow, why did I realize that mid is pretty open usually? FlyQuest just used a Paranoia into B main. Car and Bob have stepped into the space again.
Well, I think part of the reason for that is because they haven't really explored it either.
It's true. It's really just been the lurks from Astralis so far, but this time Arya rips that showstopper. Doesn't connect.
That was a good delay. I mean, the setup was there off the Paranoia, but not connecting. Meanwhile, Bob holding the line up in heaven. Oh! Bob gets 2 shots at it, doesn't connect on any of them. Meanwhile, Sonder crunching it up in heaven. The Rolling Thunder is going to send everything into chaos. Kara's timing is perfect. Meanwhile, Sonder again immovable, but Starbound, it's Unstable who cleans it up at the end. The timing was so good. In the face of all of that fight up heaven, it was Unstable who strikes at just the right moment.
A lot of really nice bait and switch out of FlyQuest in that
Yeah.
round. Whether it was Bob pulling out of B main to shoot up into heaven, doesn't quite connect, but then Kara is still there to play off of the ultimate. That late pinch coming in from Unstable, while Sonder, the amount of time she stalled up there with an Odin is kind of silly.
Yep. 1000% agree. And so, honestly, given how strong of a first half FlyQuest had, for them to get to 8-4 feels fine. And now they're on the attack. They've got
but
Breach de Horays.
What was last map at again? Was it 10-5?
Oh, okay, big guy. Let's
It's
just
not
focus on the
over till
pistol,
it's
okay?
over. WADA have shown so much fight in the tank, and it's mainly off of this person.
Legend has it, Starbound has never missed. Ever.
Yeah. Starbound dropped from FlyQuest a month ago, by the way, and is making sure they know that's the wrong decision.
I mean, with a performance like that, yeah, I'm sure that's in the back of your mind.
That was the shocking move, right? Just a week
Yeah.
or two before open qualifiers. FlyQuest announcing the departure of Ev, Starbound, Thea. Brand new team here. Looks strong so far, but with WADA and FlyQuest both being thrown together so quickly, especially in these long series, you're going to be challenged, and you're going to get challenged with the flank coming in like that. Sleepy Aria rotating back through spawn.
The flank was great, and then the flash from Juna just laces us to 1v3.
30 seconds left.
And she cannot. And so WADA will get to 5. You can't even count. Given how the series is gone, though, you normally look at this and go, okay, WADA does at 5. They win the pistol. FlyQuest is not going to invest. WADA should win, so we're probably looking at 8-6. I feel like all conventional wisdom has just kind of gone out the window here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of forces. Don't think we'll see it this time because there wasn't a plant. But that said, WADA won the first pistol this map, lost round 2.
Right, and it wasn't off the
story.
force. Yeah,
different story though. They were on the attack, and I think they've really struggled in slow rounds on attack. Their defense though, when you have to walk into Starbound's crosshair, not so easy. Okay, utility, we're just barely out.
Not even close. No way. What? Saunders just tucked under playing limbo against the wall.
We're not ready for that gap,
Do they know? No, I don't think they know, but Ari is there with the judge to save the day. 3 for the Rays. Yeah.
Remaining.
Arya is now 2 off the bolt.
The chase is on. And the 4 HP. Arya's gonna call it quits. Because FlyQuest or WADA have control over the spike, there's a world here where they can just let Unstable live. I don't think they will, as you can see by Arya sprinting down through sewers, but
2 off ult, yeah. This is quite funny to watch.
It's like watching a hunter track their prey.
And we have 30 seconds of this left.
Yeah, okay, fun.
It's a really bad game of hide and seek.
Hide and seek, but you're screaming out Polo like it's Marco Polo the entire time. It's like, long game, guys!
It's not complicated.
Supposed to be hiding.
FlyQuest early timeout this time. I think wisely so, given how the series is gone. Hey, we got to very quickly talk about Arya too. I just glanced down. 17-10.
Yeah, not too shabby.
No, and I don't know if you remember what Arya's score was at the end of regulation on Lotus. It wasn't great.
No, I think it was kind of like Bind. Arya was kind of nasty with it, right? And then on Lotus, pretty absent. Both of our raises weren't really heating up, especially early on in the map. But no, definitely good to see them coming up in a big way here already on Split.
What are the adjustments? What are the conversations on this timeout here?
I genuinely don't know. A round 3 timeout is kind of crazy. Like,
it can't be a game conversation at this point, right?
I see. So FlyQuest hadn't actually used a timeout in the first half, so I understand a little bit more. But I really don't like calling these early timeouts because you just got to talk to your team for a minute at halftime. Right? Coaches get to talk back during that time, and granted, a lot of the times, you know, your IGL is going to be calling around, etc. But like, you do get to set up, you know, those 2-3 ideas of what your ante is coming back in, remind the team of what you want your macro focus to be. So it's odd to me that already we're adjusting on our attacking side too.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering: is this more of just like a settling conversation than anything else? They've known Starbound has crossed this angle now. And so they can either choose to ignore Starbound or dump utility.
It's possible Coach Joe was just making sure Bob was buying heavy armor, honestly, after seeing an Outlaw and Bob overspending a little bit in the last round. Sometimes little things like that can make all the difference.
I said this line earlier, and we use it a lot, and it's more in jest than anything else, but I do have serious concerns about this now. This idea of playing not to lose versus playing to win. And I think for FlyQuest, I think keeping confidence is paramount here.
It's true. This is kind of a gutsy call here, though. Trying to send in that fake with the drone at the same time the deadlock wall's breaking on B. They caught one rotation out of it, and they find the pick on B, so that should be an easy plant. Nice round for FlyQuest.
Very well done. Obviously, getting the kill was icing on the cake, but even the macro prior to that was very well set up.
Lace is even going to take a lurk timing into A. There's also a lurk coming in through mid. I mean, FlyQuest, we saw a little bit of this on Lotus. When they play these slow rounds, it can be a thing of beauty.
Yeah. They slowed this one down. The first flank, as you mentioned, but then the second one is going to be even worse. Now they have to draw attention back towards the flank. They can't turn their attention towards the site. And so Starbound's left in a 1v5 with the spike that's been planted for a little while now.
You know, it's interesting watching these teams face off against each other because for so long, right, like Shopify just dominated the GC scene, both here in North America and internationally as well. And it was always like so strange playing against them because they had all the best players and they also had the best macro. Like, there wasn't an aspect of their game plan that you could just beat them at. But when I watch these two teams, they're very different because I really think FlyQuest has a much stronger hold over the macro of their game, right? You can see the difference of these two teams' attack, especially in the slow rounds FlyQuest play. But WADA are so much better at these like team fights next to each other. Starbound is consistently finding the opening picks. Like, it seems like WADA are the better shooters and the more like active individual players, and FlyQuest have to outplay them on the map in order to win a lot of these rounds.
There.
So far it has worked. I don't know that getting a lot of the space towards A heaven. I mean, you've got the trip. And so maybe I love, if this is what FlyQuest are trying to do, I love this attack round.
It's just about exploding the defense of the other team.
Yep.
When it's limited info on their sentinels, when all you have is a drone from Mateo to re-clear in the mid rounds, like, okay, FlyQuest have gotten exactly what they've come for, and they know they're sitting on top of that chamber trip in heaven. So if FlyQuest regroup into main, they know there's only a couple of angles the chamber's going to be fighting from. It's either, you know, out on ramp on that god angle or back towards screen or elbow.
Arya just reached. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, now that that camera sees there's no one on ramps, they know that someone has to kind of be on this line. They're still dry swinging it.
Just playing on the inside of their TP here is Starbound. Managing to get away.
Easy as that. Again, good mac around from FlyQuest, but WADA find the opener, so it's always a numbers advantage for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But they still managed to get the spike down. But now they're going to have to deal with the ferocious attempt at a retake from WADA with the numbers advantage. Note, again, Mario 1 off full. Numbers even now, though. Shuna falls. No smokes to play around here. I mean, they're trying their damnedest, trying to widen out the way and keep the side open. The satchel forward from Ana Arya is ill-advised if Bob is there to greet. This back and forth doesn't add up. It's got to be Lace who's going to be hero. And And Lace has been very good consistently all series. Another need to deliver here. The first was filthy, but Starbound's just too quick with it.
Starbound's just been on a warpath today, I swear. I haven't seen a chamber player have impact like this in a long time. Like, this is a crazy performance in so many of these rounds. I mean, you look at it, Starbound and Arya combined are 35 kills right now. They are carrying so much weight for their teams. But it's working.
It's crazy to me the value that Starbound finds with the op too. Like, you're talking tight angles, you're talking attack side op, you're talking defense op, you're talking retakes with the op, you're like literally all of it. Starbound makes it look like a rifle.
Cage triggered.
Starbound has been one of the elite players in NAGC for what, the last 3 years?
Yeah.
On different teams as well. EG, FlyQuest Red, now on WADA. Just made it work, and there you go. Nothing Bob can do about that.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Sure.
Here.
The sheriff in the hands of Lace. 3 rifles otherwise for FlyQuest. Juna's in a decent spot here. No flash though. 1 smoke. Oh.
Starbound's already here again though.
Yep. Flushed out of the corner. Juna still gets one. Now the reposition.
I know
And Saunders staying alive. I thought for a second Saunders was cooked, unstable, too concerned with the trip. Gets cleared by the shotgun. Saunders, who's been alive way longer than I think anyone expected, finally succumbs to the aggression and the firepower from WADA. Once again, the lead is gone for FlyQuest.
Obviously not a perfect buy coming in for FlyQuest, but you can see some of the adjustments FlyQuest or WADA are making. Changing the chamber trip, putting bodies in mid, even if it is just a shotgun hiding in vents. Just getting a little bit out in front of that last split round that FlyQuest had over into the A side. Again, a round where FlyQuest are leaving the spike towards their spawn. This time over in market. Waiting to see if Starbound's going to take a forward line into them. But one of the hard things about playing split against a chamber compared to Lotus, where Starbound is always running into you and shooting you, is the off angles are really nasty on this map. The different elevations you can play on too.
A pretty standard angle here from Starbound, but you're absolutely right. How much more do they invest into this?
They're just trying to pull attention of ramp players, so Unstable can creep up here.
Interesting. Clearing the sensor. Again, I think this is kind of, this round also really nicely summarizes what you were talking about earlier. And FlyQuest are playing the map very well. They're doing the right things. They're doing the little things well.
And they're always trading off, you know, who's going to be showing, what does that mean on the map? Oh no, no one's looking down at Power Pixel, down in hell. Yeah, they're going to get 3. While Starbound baits some attention backside.
I was scared because I saw them on Power Pixel's screen, and then Power Pixel looked away. And then snapped back, and somehow Mike and Ace after that.
It's all because Starbound took that fight backside. All of a sudden, all of FlyQuest's eyes, they're like, oh, we got to kill this player.
Right.
They're just too good.
Starbound, yep.
10 seconds left.
Lace, kill or death, we'll have the ult into the next round. So we're tied at 9, but the ult will be online, and they should be able to buy back.
The ults are just massive in this round in general.
Yeah. Yep.
This is, you know, I talked a little bit about it on Bind when you have these decisive rounds where one team is going to be bankrupted when multiple ults are coming into play. This is one where FlyQuest want to stay alive. They kind of need to win this.
There's way too much opportunity here for this one to be fumbled. I agree. This would hurt. Laid in the map.
Problem is, Doug, Starbound's here and waiting. Arya's up in heaven with a judge and a showstopper. I mean, why did I have all the pieces here necessary to break apart this exit?
They're fully sending onto this.
But no TP out. The suppression.
Oh, it's just Only one foul though, but it's traded back. Starbound's gone. The attack has the advantage, but Power Pixel has the ult. Maybe a little early, maybe a little advised because Bob's aggressive on the line. 1 kill found, tucking back, and double dipping onto the second, but Juno will not allow that to happen. 2 members from the attack concerned with the flank, and Saunders' position is beautiful. Charles is going to have to do it on their own. A 1v2. And it's not, I mean, the plant, whoa, that's a very aggressive investment there. To use that ult, securing the round. Astral is not really in a position to play it out. That's a
not when we walk into that thing.
Yeah, it's very silly way to die. FlyQuest will take the lead back, and they threw everything they had behind that punch.
Yeah, I mean, that ultimate at the end from Lace feels like maybe a bit too much, but at the same time, FlyQuest have been struggling for rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, this play initially, I think the most important piece of this exec is the fact that Starbound wasn't able to break the Tejo drone. So when that pops, they're suppressed. They can't TP out of sight. There's this Bleach ult coming in at them. There's a Raze double satcheling at them. That was the difference, because if the TP was online, WADA can still play this round through.
Right. A little bit of toe spotted.
Cage triggered.
Playing the middle of the map really well.
Unstable's cleared out here and doesn't have a cage to actually escape. Unstable's in a lot of trouble.
Yep. And they're swinging into a horn. Yep.
Wow. That's a great re-clear from WADA. FlyQuest have to speed up into B site. They know it's weak right now, and they have to seize this opportunity.
Juna's here alone. TP's out, and it TP's into their spawn.
Enemy spawn? What?
Oh, I love this decision.
No Cypher means no flank watch either. Juna's gonna be here quick.
You've got to be careful, though. You've got to play your cards right here if you're Juna, because this could secure you the round if you play it right. Now, position given away. Lay's taking a good bit of damage, and FlyQuest decide they want to scale into a spawn of their own. Paranoia not going to connect. You see the flood posted up in heaven. As the dam comes down, they try to push their way out. First ult used, Bob down in hell, but obliterated right off the bat. What a gorgeous retake from WADA. They're tied at 10.
Arya is having a game right now. I mean, double shotgun kills coming in with the chaos of the deadlock ult coming over the top as well, catching out Sandra on the back. That's the flashes from FlyQuest just seized away. That shotgun in the hands of Arya has just been completely unstoppable so far.
I don't get how, I swear there's like a buff. The shotguns.
Look at that.
I mean, yeah, that one was pretty up close and personal, but yeah, it's just unreal.
But still, the movement that Arya gets there, and fully level with the ground too, they're so quick.
Mm-hmm. Broken by for FlyQuest.
There.
And around it, would put WADA in the advantage. First time since they won the pistol, Doug.
Better late than never.
So it'll be a 1-3-1 from FlyQuest, challenging the middle of the map. This time, that drone going into ramp right now. Unstable isn't taking the early timing across. Has only pre-fired off the one cage to get the cross. Has another one in hand in case that re-clear came in again. That was the problem last round. Is actually going to call in some reinforcements. FlyQuest are anticipating that after the video finds nothing, that it's just a chamber here. Unfortunately, just a chamber means that you can't do anything, because just a chamber is enough to kill you every single time.
Right, yeah, just the chamber is all the chamber you need.
Yeah, that's like 2 of a normal agent, you know?
Right.
Well, I hate to be a doomer, but this
go
round
ahead.
is a bit doomed.
It's cooked. Yeah, it's cooked. I think Lace somehow has to find value with this Guardian.
It's a good
But they're
stun.
smoked. I mean, they're smoked off. They're stunned off. They can't really find any way out. Lace did find value with the Guardian. Just one, though. Saunders picked it back up and immediately puts it back down. Okay. Yeah. Crispy shots out from Bob. Well, why did I take the lead? And you're right. It's for the first time in forever. Since the pistol.
Look out for each other.
FlyQuest now dipping into their second timeout. Last time they called it was a win. It was also the anti-bonus. But clearly A-lurks aren't working, which by extension means that mid-lurks don't really work either, because you kind of need, like, to pull some attention, you know, away from the extremities, or so that those players can go in, or you need the extremities to make some noise so your mid players can get some work done. So do you then dip into just exec looks? Is that an option? I mean, the Chambers played A every single round. Can you just run a B exec? Does that just work?
It's possible. I think I think part of the issue is they are trying to find out where Starbound is. That little jump peek that Lace has been doing is to identify whether or not Starbound is there. So they're doing that part well. We saw the one exec on A where they used the drone to flush out Starbound, and then they were able to hit A. That worked well. I do feel like a lot of it is you've done your due diligence mid. Sometimes you do your due diligence A. It just requires a little bit more.
Yeah, A seems impossible to me. And I'm overreacting a bit. Like, we have seen Chamber over on B side previously, so it's not like it's just instantly known that Starbound is A, but I think at this point you kind of have to be anticipating that a bit. And maybe FlyQuest could, like, fight more aggressively for mid-space, try and blow up the rounds quicker instead of, you know, waiting to see if a Cypher can activate into A. Because right now it just doesn't look that good.
No. Clear that cam.
Ooh, I like, though, that it's a Teo and Raze. Obviously, I don't think the cam is there, right? So it didn't see those players, but they're trying to show the fighting pieces over towards A to make it feel like, well, Chamber could actually be on the B side of the solo. Not going to stop Kara from taking the aggro fight into B main. But I think that early baiting, what it's done is it's made FlyQuest think the Chamber isn't on this side of the map, when in reality, it absolutely is.
Color me shocked. We're going to have Starbound in a position to take over the round again.
I mean, we've seen this line played like 4 times at this point. That's a good stun, but Starbound can still just reposition easily. Still in range of the TP.
Flash, naded, stunned, has to get the lineup. Meanwhile, the double satchel up into heaven. Oh, and Arya's trading back with the ult.
Spike down A.
WADA again with the advantage. Starbound's still up.
It's not going to be a great plant for heaven. And there's still a trip on vents. So even though Kara's coming in here, she can't move until this chamber is dealt with.
No, you can even smoke it off. They push into it, clear it out. Unstable taking a step back. Talk about filling the walls closing in. Starbound does it once more. Juno trying to fight for dear life.
10 seconds.
You gotta get the spike down.
Left.
You got a plant.
Do it here really soon, but Power Pixel doesn't offer them an inch. WADA on series point.
This team is just unstoppable. There's nothing you can do. It doesn't matter. Starbound has every single piece of utility thrown at them. So then who enters the fray? Arya in heaven, Judge kill, Showstopper kill. They're flooding out into sight, dealing with their flanks. They're just locked in right now. It doesn't feel like anything can stop them.
No. And again, if in case this ends here, we got to call out Arya's and Starbound's performance. 28 out of Arya, 22 out of Starbound. Herculean efforts from those two.
Starbound once again getting into their favorite spot, back elbow. Once again, the utility trying to clear them out. This time, though, dodging the drone.
Yeah, dodging that. Wait, they stayed.
Hold on.
Arya stayed, or excuse me, Starbound stayed.
They found my trap.
And they don't know. Starbound's gonna get one. Cannot TP away though, and doesn't want to. Digs their heels in.
They're still here, Doug.
Trying to strike heartbreak into the... Yes, it's a disaster. This is where it ends unless Bob can do a 1v2. 8 bullets left. Spike out of reach. And now the net. It's icing on the cake. Insult added onto injury. WADA are your Verizon Game Changers champions.
And what a fashion to do it in as well. I mean, Starbound coming back here and taking down FlyQuest Red in the kickoff tournament, doing it in just a beautiful fashion as well. The chamber play is just magnificent. You couldn't ask for anything better for this WADA squad to start it off.
No, absolutely not. And it isn't even like Yes, revenge is sweet, and this, that, and the other, and it is. And Starbound played exceptionally well, but Starbound played exceptionally well on all 3 maps. Like it wasn't just like one map that was a heater, and that's what put them away. Ender, that was unreal.
It was unbelievable. Like chamber one tricking and just dominating every single map they play is so impressive. You've got to offer up massive props, and especially like coming back in that insane map 2 of Lotus, right? That went 19-17 at a certain point, and Starbound is just putting in work again. Every single first kill they're getting, and then they're still alive in the clutch situation at the end too.
Yeah,
and winning those more often than not. You've just got to respect the gamesmanship out of a player like that.
Yeah, you talked about the massive comeback on map 2. There was a massive comeback on map 3. This one I think will sting FlyQuest for a little while. WADA are your Verizon Game Changers Kickoff champions. We're going to throw it to a break. The desk will do their yapping and all their good stuff. Listen to Lemon Kiwi. Listen to Sierra. They're both incredibly intelligent. We'll be right back.
And there's Vans too.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't forget why. Don't forget why.
just 3 maps, WADA is going to be your Verizon VCT Game Changers Kickoff champions. Congratulations. And in a stunning fashion too, Vance, because that's 2 maps back to back where WADA is down, but they're never out.
Yeah, and you thought it was a revenge match when we saw in the first place, a 2-1 when they upset at FlyQuest in the upper brackets. Now you thought it was going to be a fluke, but now in a 3-0 fashion, that's actually a huge statement coming out there for WADA to win that in a clean sweep. And to be honest, I'm actually happy that it went into a 3-map series because I don't think I could have stand Esports Douglas casting another 2 maps after that.
Douglas.
So, yeah.
Bringing out the full name?
The government name drop?
I just doxed him. Esports Douglas at thecaster.com or whatever the address is.
The caster, the unbranded one. I agree with the sweep statement, at least, that I was so surprised. I thought this was going to go the distance because
Agreed.
2 of the 3 maps, WADA was at a deficit at the half. And we were all telling ourselves there's just simply no way FlyQuest give up this lead, right? And how many times did we say, oh no, they're giving up this lead? It's so insane. But defense, the defensive side is where WADA really, really shine. If they can be stable under no pressure and watch a sight line, mechanically, they're going to shine, and mechanically a lot of heavy lifting from those veterans of PowerPixel and Starbound.
That's the thing. You're looking at the composition when they're always playing double Sentinel for most of the maps, if not all of the maps, right? So it's natural that looking on paper for this composition, it should have very strong defender sides. And they have had it, at least on that end here, for this roster of WADA. So it looked really good. If it was going to be one of those moments where they kind of like fumbled these maps and weren't able to hold their angles, or Starbound cannot really land the shots, what's the answer after that? And thankfully, at least in this series, we didn't have to witness that or try to figure that out.
Holy first kills out of WADA, but especially out of Sleepy Aria. 8 of those first kills coming out of them, having an explosive race performance of almost dropping a 30 bomb. And I felt like them and Bob really went toe-to-toe on Rays on a few of these different maps to just Aria really taking over the lobby.
100%. But if we're talking about just standout player performances across the board, you have to just give that mention and shout out to Starbound there, because what they're able to do throughout this series was just incredible. And I feel like too, despite so much coming out from Starbound and Starbound just having like a heck of a performance, we really did get to see just individual pop-off performances from everyone, Vance, to where, yeah, we've sung a lot of phrases, but this was just really a nice coordinated team effort.
Yeah, if we want to talk about other players before we actually get into Starbound, I think one of them is their ex-teammate being PowerPixel back in the GC days, because PowerPixel under the kit of the Tejo was doing such a good job with like great timings on the stalls with the concusses and then also the salvos and the Armageddons to create that space for the team. It was really good, the support that they were able to bring, but it's again Starbound with the amount of first bloods that they were hitting.
Yeah, the first blood's on the last map, and then like this time, you know, Aria's got it. Sleepy Aria no longer. This is truly woken up going crazy Aria, and you know, someone else can get the first kills for once. But yeah, the last series, I mean, I'm still just blown away, Jen, by the 11 first bloods coming out from Starbound on Lotus, and just some of these op kills. Like, I definitely think if Starbound just wasn't having such a series today, this would be a conversation gearing up, talking about a map 4.
And just look at the amount of kills, like the numbers speak for themselves, but the fact that this is all on Chamber. Is there going to be a team that can really download how to punish this defensive positioning, these early peaks from Starbound? Because you live and die by the Starbound, and you're thriving, especially in this series. Because I was surprised WADA even got to the final, just like looking at the resumes, right? Because there are stacked rosters in this kickoff tournament, and WADA have a lot of new players in terms of like they maybe haven't played in a Game Changers main event, or they play more of like the soccer cups and like the community stuff. But to be at this level of GC and to perform this well says so much. And for Starbound to do it against their former team, that's an even bigger of a statement. And this is just the beginning of the season where I really hope that this tells WADA to stay as a roster and to develop this more. Or, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stick to this comp around the Chamber and build around Starbound. But what else is there in store? I'm excited.
If anything like that, I think it's the former that you were mentioning here, Lemon Kiwi, for them to stick together and hopefully get picked up moving forward, because I heard that Envy, you know, was able to come back into esports. So if they're looking for a GC team to represent them, I think this would be a great pickup for the future matches, because I don't feel that watching how this team has been playing has been on a fluke run, to be honest, or a miracle run or a Cinderella run so far for WADA. They came out with so much confidence, and also the way that they actually leverage Arya on this Raze, moments where they're going to utilize an Odin, or moments where they need to be a little bit more serious and Vandal and work with the team, it'll be perfect. If not, just the judges and the shotguns and the buckies too, like all around what you could do around the weapons around the satchels of this agent. Arya is doing it perfectly. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
And the advantage really helps of being able to ban out all these comfort picks from FlyQuest to then ending things on their map pick of Split. And is this going to be a one-dimensional team being able to pick maps around this chamber, or what else can we have in store? They've really settled on one composition, not having Juno on the Clove, going more towards the Omen and around the Tejo. Like, this is a team that they're able to kind of repeat this playbook on many of the maps. And yeah, there's fumbles, but this is a team that is just beginning this year. Like, imagine once they incorporate more coaches or more time, they like just with more practice, this is going to be a team that can really threaten maybe a championship one day.
I mean, worries about, you know, agent selections, anything else. If it was someone that we hadn't maybe seen, then I would definitely be sharing a lot more of those worries. But considering that we've seen Starbound on a variety of the different Sentinel picks, and there has been teams that kind of came into Kickoff like, yeah, we're just going to bug it out a little bit. It's going to be a little bit more and chill and relax. I definitely think that if this team has intentions of trying to get signed and try and like, hey, let's make plans, let's have different playbooks, that Starbound could just play anything and just be absolutely crazy, you know? Like, I fully believe in that. The chamber is awesome, especially with all this opping, but I have absolutely no doubt here, Vans, that Starbound and this rest of the team, if they do decide to compete again, that will only just see elevated gameplay.
Yeah, you're starting this Kickoff, as we mentioned at the top of the show, an opportunity for new rosters to be able to test out if the roster works out in the first place. So what we were able to witness and taste out of WADA is that, yes, they're able to have good coordination as a team, and also it doesn't matter what maps you played, you just wanted to perfect at least that one comp. And now that you know that you have that synergy, you can play on the comebacks. Even if you're losing situations that you get first and second blood, and you still lose a 5 versus 3, you could still win a series and sweep. So that gives a lot of confidence for a team in itself to know that they have the resiliency to fight through any type of big obstacles that might come into their way. The next step now is, once we get into probably Split 1 or something like that, and you have the Shopify Rebellion Gold team that's going to join in, most likely, then it's how can you now leverage maybe your comp to work versus such a prestigious team, or how can you elevate into new comps that could also do a lot of heavy damage.
And I know this was a disappointing end for FlyQuest. I still want to applaud like their resilience to just push WADA to the very edge, to go into this rematch and have to really reinvent a lot of things that fell through for them. But I hope they stick with this roster, and you know, who knows what the IRL situation is with all the players, because they did kind of piece this together. A lot of the FlyQuest comps got changed on the fly, and this is a team that have had to really throw in ideas on the fly and do these timeouts and make these quick adjustments. But unfortunately, like, they can't close it out. They've had a lot of tremendous leads that have been lost, and that's got to be affecting the mental. The casters talked about that at length. So I hope that FlyQuest can really work on just how, once these best of fives get really long and these games get really long, like how they can really lock down and make sure they finish out cleanly.
I mean, that's where FlyQuest Red is in luck, because this is only just the beginning of game changers for this calendar year. This is just kickoff. This is the opportunity to test out the roster, make sure, you know, you get the rust off your shoulders, everything else, and you're good to go. There's still going to be open qualifiers stage 1 up ahead. So Sonder was talking about how, yeah, this team was kind of formulated and, you know, just they hadn't necessarily had too much time together, but that's going to be something that's fixed when you're looking at the rest of the circuit going on for the year. And that'll be then interesting to see how they adapt. But then also when we are seeing these other teams coming on in, when we do see that Shopify Rebellion Gold, everyone else that has a little bit more of this coordinated play style, all this practice, all of these teams, Vans, which is how everyone is going to be stacking up, because the competition's only going to get elevated.
Exactly, and we've seen that story already get written from the side of FlyQuest in the past, right? Where they never really had like a very strong start at the beginning of the year, but then slowly but surely creep it up into the top 4, creep it up into the top 2, always then being toppled by SRG when they're always in the grand finals, and then finally winning an event for a GC3, if I'm not mistaken, for last year. So this could still be the similar story as we're seeing for this brand new roster in 2025.
Right. Well, it is time for our Verizon post-match interview with Juna Canada on the line. Hello, congratulations. Game Changers Kickoff champion. How you feeling?
Honestly, just really happy. I don't know. Our team came into it just ready to play and no other expectations, and I don't know. I think we're all just really happy with how it went.
For no expectations, being able to win in the fashion that you all did is incredible. And I want to talk then about how the team gets together for the event, because the other members have kind of played together before, but for yourself, I want to know how you got on this roster.
Yeah, I'm friends with Power, and when the roster came together, it was super last minute, and I kind of just put out there like, hey, if you guys really need an emergency 5th, I can do it. I can flex, I can fill whatever role you need. And yeah, them having played together so many times before made it really easy to come into the team, and everyone is so communicative and they're just easy to be around, and it made it really easy to play together. Yeah.
I mean, for an emergency 5th, you damn well performed, so congratulations on that. And the fact then that you're coming into this roster, they've played together before. I want to know kind of the style that WADA went into this tournament with, because some teams were a little bit more puggy, some had these more set plays. Since they've played together before, was things more coordinated, or is it more puggy, we're just here to have fun?
I think both. At the start, we kind of just showed up to our matches and played. As we got into main event and started playing teams like FlyQuest, YFP, and all the other teams in top 8, we started taking it a little bit more seriously and, watching VODs coming up with set strats. But we did have a few set strats, a few protocols, but at the end of the day, we really just relied on how we felt during the game about the other team. And Power was mostly IGLing for us, and they did just a fantastic job. So, yeah.
I mean, a clean sweep here in the grand finals. Huge congratulations to that. And I want to talk about this finals, specifically the map 2 and 3, because WADA was down 5-10 on Lotus, 4-8 on Split, able to turn it around both times. So I want to know kind of the vibes and how you're able to just get this resounding wins after that.
Yeah, one thing I really appreciate about our team is that everyone is so passionate, but we didn't really get tilted, especially for map 2 on that deficit, and especially those little mistakes, especially in the second half that brought us down to, I think, a 5-10. Every round we still felt as if, hey, this round got really close. We did the right things. There were just some small mistakes that we messed up on that if we tighten up, this game will go our way. And I think that kind of confidence kept us going. And yeah, I think that's what pushed us through.
I mean, then what's next for this roster? Is this something that was more so a one and done here for Kickoff, or is this something that you're looking ahead now at stage 1 the rest of the year? Okay, we want to compete. Let's get serious about this.
We honestly haven't talked about it, and we also don't really have plans to. I know Starbound and Astralis are competing still. For Arya, it was their first time playing GC, so I really hope I continue to see them. I don't know what Power's plans are, and for me, I work full time, so it's difficult for me to continue. But if there was any possibility in the world that I could continue playing with this roster for the rest of the year, I would absolutely take it. But yeah, not something we've really discussed.
I'm definitely fingers crossed over here, because this was a great performance. And you're talking about Arya not really being able to compete before. We've seen you more so in Game Changers Academy, Sakura Cup, stuff like that. How is this being able to compete for you and then winning this caliber of tournament too?
That was really exciting. I've always wanted to compete, just never really had the time. So to be able to have this opportunity was amazing. Yeah, I hope I get to in the future, but
well, I definitely hope so. Congratulations, Juna, again on this win. Congratulations to the team. Be sure to celebrate. Have some good time. You guys deserve it, all right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Back over to the desk. I'm so serious. Like, fingers crossed, toes crossed. I really hope that we get to see WADA in this current iteration be able to play more. Because Jen, like, for a team that, all right, like, we're just coming into here, we really don't have that much expectations to then have this type of performance. Come on, we just need to see a bit more.
That's what was key for me, because they have players that have like won a lot of great things or have really been at the highest level, like Starbound, like PowerPixel, and for them to come into this with this roster that got put together and have no expectations and not even get tilted when things went really wrong, when silly mistakes happen, it gives me paints a picture that this is going to be a team that can improve. Because if you can be constructive, if you can stay positive, this is going to be a team that can beat these teams like FlyQuest, like they did against YFP, and maybe they could have a chance to threaten like a Shopify rebellion in this era, or maybe they'll make more changes. I don't know. But FlyQuest, I hope that they don't beat themselves up, because this was not their peak performance, and we don't really know what how the series would have looked different if every single one of the players would have peaked. So keep an eye on what FlyQuest journey is going to be like, because they're, again, a world championship caliber team, and this is, I think, one of the best iterations of FlyQuest. You just need them to consistently show up on every day.
I mean, if you're talking about, hey, if this went differently, I mean, Vans had that list of rounds for WADA. That was something even
yeah, the receipts, I get it.
So there is just so much room to be growing here, Vans, and being able to see just a small snapshot of that throughout the tournament to then be able to get that 3-0 in the grand finals. Man, Game Changer's gonna be great this year.
That's it. I'm holding receipts, and they're not tilted at all. So it shows how cool and how the vibes were for when they were competing in this tournament overall for WADA. And I was actually even watching or reading out all the tweets from PowerPixel, from Starbound. Hey, thanks for everybody for joining us in like a last minute 24-hour way to pug it out here in the GC kickoff, and they were able to win it all. So imagine if there was actually even a lot of practice going into this one and what they could bring here. And again, I'm just like you, Sierra. Hopefully, my fingers crossed that there's an opportunity here that somebody like Juna could maybe leave her full-time job and then focus on GCC to play a full year with this roster. It'll be a nice little story and a little break from the 9 to 5 to be able to travel and play and compete here for the GCC finals, if it goes to that part, if they're able to make it to that part.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where the dreams can start, and this is only the beginning. There is going to be so much more game changers throughout the year. This is just kickoff. The open qualifiers are going to be starting March 4th here, Jen. So for anyone who's inspiring, wants to come out and compete, that's going to be super, super exciting. And that's going to be then, I anticipate the return of a couple of these players that we've gotten to see throughout these years. Of course, we'll see Shopify, Gold be competing later on in the qual. Like, there's going to be a lot of great stuff ahead.
Yeah, and I hope we see a lot of new faces. So if you're anybody in the chat, like, inspired by what all these wonderful people and women have done, like, please sign up, because this is the platform to get your competitive start going. And that's what Juna exactly said. Now that she has the time, look where she is now on a stacked roster. And this is also, there's a couple weeks between now and OQ1, so we could see a roster mania in the GC scene. Hopefully some orgs take notice and sign people like WADA, because they deserve it. And I hope that, we already hinted about Envy. So Envy, if you're watching, Hastra, you say it 3 times in the mirror and he'll appear and sign your team. So I hope that happens for WADA, because they deserve that opportunity.
It's that simple. I want to be a content creator. Hastra. No.
Y'all can't leak the cheat codes out here, all right, guys? But this is all, of course, of gearing up to that Game Changer Championships out in November, and there's going to be a lot of great actions as teams try to get qualified for that. But as for kickoff, that is it for us. Thank you so much for tuning in. Jen, Vans for absolutely crushing it, the casters as well, and production. Thank you all for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you next time.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.